Dzień dobry, witamy Państwa bardzo serdecznie w Pałacu Krzysztofory na konferencji seminarium naukowym drążąc historii systemy metra w miastach UNESCO. Szanowni Państwo, jako mieszkaniec Krakowa przez całe życie słuchałem o wyjątkowości tego miasta, o niebywałym dziedzictwie kulturowym, historycznym, architektonicznym i chyba nikt nie ma wątpliwości, że właśnie w takim mieście mieszkamy. Ale w tym mieście narodziło się mnóstwo mitów na temat tego, jak możemy kształtować tą przestrzeń na powierzchni, ale też jak ona może wyglądać pod ziemią.
spatial
Dziś w
planning,
kontekście
overground and underground, and today we are going to discuss ambitious plans for the development of the underground infrastructure, discussing it with those who have been involved in similar projects, similar metro systems in other cities of Europe. We will be sharing our experiences, we will be sharing our knowledge, and at the beginning I would like to ask the mayor of the city of Kraków, Aleksander Michalski, to take the floor.
Szanowni Państwo, drodzy goście.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, let me say the following. Construction of the metro in Kraków is an extraordinary infrastructural investment. But it is not only an investment in infrastructure, it is so much more. It is a decision that requires us to be visionary and courageous. And at the end of the day, it requires a lot of responsibility. We're speaking of an investment that is going to be carried out in a very special place, both in terms of its historical legacy as well as the cultural and symbolical heritage. Kraków, I am sure you know it very well, was one of the first cities entered on the UNESCO World Heritage List. It is not only a prestigious title, it is part of our identity as well. And it is worth remembering that in the times of the Polish People's Republic, it was a very important entry, and it made it possible for Kraków to preserve its unique character. It also stopped many potentially irreversible changes. UNESCO, that title does not mean that we would like to preserve our city in an unchanged manner. It actually denotes something much more ambitious. We would like to keep modifying the city while taking responsibility for its responsible, reasonable adaptation. Heritage is something we would like to preserve, but heritage is also something we need to learn how to work with. And I often feel that that title, the World Heritage List City, gives rise to concerns, to unnecessary anxiety, but let's look at it from an entirely different angle. Let's consider it as an opportunity to do something extraordinary, to do something quite unique, both for Poland and the entire Europe. If we are to construct a metro in Kraków, then let's set up new standards. Let's show it to the public how our city, with its historical heritage, may be illustrated with the help of the new metro line. We will listen to our colleagues from other European cities. It is really important to me that we have guests from Milan, from Thessaloniki, from Vienna, and from Prague. You have so much more experience. We also have representatives of Rome, and Rome has undertaken a challenge to construct a metro in the vicinity of the Forum Romanum. I am very happy that it is consistent with what we've been stating here in Kraków, that many ambitious projects may be carried out. And I do hope that this conference will be a starting point on the metro system in Kraków, which is not in contrast with its cultural or historical architectural heritage. I would like to say thank you to representatives of the different offices and institutions engaged in the process, and I would like to wish you an inspiring discussion today. I am sure that this discussion is going to be quite technical. In a minute, I will invite you to view a short film introducing the subject matter, and then Deputy Mayor Professor Stanisław Mazur will deliver an opening contribution. Thank you.
Kraków to miasto o wyjątkowej historii. Z jednej strony dziedzictwo kulturowe, z drugiej strony stale rosnące potrzeby transportowe. Dlatego dziś rozmowa o metrze to nie wizja przyszłości, tylko o tym, jak w tych warunkach ma funkcjonować miasto już niedługo. I właśnie tutaj jest ona tak szczególnie wymagająca, bo każda taka inwestycja musi pogodzić rozwój miasta z ochroną jego przestrzeni i historii.
Dzisiaj nie wystarczają już plany zarządzania, które są, można powiedzieć, jazdą obowiązkową wymaganą przez UNESCO i konwencję paryską. Dzisiaj mówimy o potrzebie budowania systemów zarządzania zasobami dziedzictwa, a odpowiedzialność za budowanie tych systemów muszą brać samorządy. One muszą łączyć harmonijnie interesy bardzo różnych interesariuszy, którzy znajdują również w sercu Krakowa swoją przyszłość.
Kraków rośnie i coraz wyraźniej dochodzi do granic obecnego układu transportowego. Dlatego metro przestaje być jedną z opcji, a staje się jedynym kierunkiem rozwoju. To nie tylko tunel pod ziemią, to system, który ma uporządkować sposób poruszania się po całym mieście. I mieszkańcy to widzą, ale mają też słuszne wątpliwości.
Ja uważam, że metro ma sens. Albo jako uzupełnienie komunikacji, albo nawet jako częściowe wyeliminowanie tramwajów.
Oczywiście, że metro to jest takie współczesne rozwiązanie, ale myślę, że w Krakowie wydaje mi się, że komunikacja miejska, tramwaje, autobusy jak najbardziej się sprawdzają.
Dziwię się, że w Krakowie metro jeszcze nie powstało i uważam, że powstać powinno jak najszybciej. Nawet ta tkanka historyczna chyba nie byłaby w jakiś sposób zagrożona, bo w wielu miejscach w Europie metro przebiega pod właśnie ścisłym centrum i wydaje mi się, że w znacznym stopniu pomaga ludziom przemieszczać się.
To głównie archeolodzy powinni takie rzeczy zbadać, natomiast my zakładamy, że na głębokości około 20 metrów pod ziemią nie powinny znajdować się żadne stare pozostałości, artefakty archeologiczne, natomiast oprócz tego to będzie bardzo dobra głębokość dla drążonego tunelu.
W ścisłym centrum problem jest najbardziej złożony. Pod ziemią mogą znajdować się relikty dawnych murów i fortyfikacji, a na powierzchni jedne z najważniejszych przestrzeni publicznych Krakowa. Tu wyzwaniem nie jest tylko tunel, ale to, czy da się wyprowadzić wejścia do stacji i infrastrukturę techniczną bez naruszania charakteru miejsca. Na Starym Kleparzu dochodzi jeszcze inny problem. W jednym miejscu nakłada się wiele form ochrony. Historyczna zabudowa, układ urbanistyczny, strefa UNESCO. Dlatego wyzwaniem nie jest tylko to, co pod ziemią, ale wszystko, co trzeba będzie zmienić na powierzchni. Układ ruchu, przestrzeń targowiska, dostępność. Rondo Mogilskie to z kolei przykład punktowego ryzyka. Bastion 5 Lubicz i relikty twierdzy Kraków, czyli znany obiekt, który może wejść w konflikt z całą inwestycją. Do tego dochodzą warunki gruntowe i wodne, czyli czynniki, które wymagają szczególnej kontroli. W Nowej Hucie problem wygląda nieco inaczej. Tu chroniona jest nie tylko zabudowa, ale cała kompozycja przestrzeni. Dlatego największym wyzwaniem nie musi być sam tunel, tylko to, co pojawi się na powierzchni. Nawet niewielkie elementy mogą zaburzyć układ historycznego miejsca. To wszystko są realne ryzyka, ale dzisiejsze technologie pozwalają prowadzić pracę głęboko pod ziemią i ograniczać wpływ inwestycji na całe otoczenie. W praktyce oznacza to, że sam tunel nie jest dziś największym wyzwaniem. Najtrudniejsze są stacje i miejsca, gdzie spotykają się one z miastem na powierzchni. Najłatwiej w takiej sytuacji powiedzieć: u nas się nie da, bo historia, bo zabytki, bo zbyt delikatna tkanka miasta. Ale właśnie wtedy warto spojrzeć na inne miasta historyczne Europy, na miejsca, w których skala dziedzictwa jest często większa niż w Krakowie. Bo tam te same pytania już padły i znaleziono dla nich wiele odpowiedzi. Rzym to jeden z najmocniejszych przykładów pokazujących, że metro w mieście historycznym jest możliwe. To miasto, w którym każda ingerencja w ziemię oznacza kontakt z historią, często sprzed ponad 2000 lat. A mimo to powstaje tam nowa linia metra. I nie mówimy tu o obrzeżach. Metro budowane jest w bezpośrednim sąsiedztwie, a niekiedy wręcz pod najważniejszymi zabytkami świata, takimi jak Koloseum czy Forum Romanum. Budowa metra w takim miejscu to nie tylko inwestycja infrastrukturalna. To proces ciągłego dialogu między inżynierią a historią, a jednocześnie ten proces się dzieje. Metro powstaje. Saloniki to jeden z najbardziej spektakularnych przykładów ostatnich lat. Podczas budowy metra natrafiono tam na rozległy fragment antycznego miasta z zachowaną ulicą, zabudową i infrastrukturą sprzed setek lat. Pojawił się dylemat, czy usunąć znaleziska, czy zatrzymać inwestycje, czy spróbować znaleźć rozwiązanie, które pogodzi jedno z drugim. Ostatecznie zdecydowano się na najtrudniejszy wariant. Znaleziska zostały zachowane i włączone w strukturę stacji. W praktyce oznaczało to przeprojektowanie inwestycji i bardzo skomplikowany proces inżynieryjny. Dziś efekt jest wyjątkowy. Metro nie niszczy historii, tylko ją pokazuje. W mieście historycznym nie zawsze chodzi o to, żeby coś ominąć. Czasem chodzi o to, żeby nauczyć się z tym współistnieć. Praga jest ciekawym punktem odniesienia dla Krakowa. To podobne miasto historyczne o bardzo czytelnej strukturze urbanistycznej i dużej wrażliwości przestrzeni. A jednocześnie to miasto, które cały czas rozwija swoje metro. Budowa nowej linii D pokazuje, że rozwój transportu może iść w parze z ochroną dziedzictwa, ale pod jednym warunkiem – bardzo dobrego przygotowania inwestycji. W przypadku Pragi kluczowe były wieloletnie analizy, badania geologiczne i etapowe podejście do projektu. Zanim rozpoczęto budowę, dokładnie rozpoznano warunki, ryzyka i możliwe scenariusze. Wiedeń i jego projekt U2 U5 to jedna z największych inwestycji transportowych w centrum miasta, prowadzona w bardzo gęstej i wrażliwej tkance urbanistycznej. Jednym z kluczowych tematów jest dostępność, czyli to, jak projektować stacje i przestrzeń wokół nich, tak żeby były wygodne, czytelne i dostępne dla wszystkich użytkowników. Nowe odcinki metra prowadzone są w bezpośrednim sąsiedztwie historycznego centrum Wiednia. Przykładem jest rejon Rathaus, zabytkowego ratusza, gdzie prowadzone są prace związane z rozbudową systemu. W takim miejscu kluczowe staje się nie tylko to, jak budować, ale jak prowadzić inwestycje tak, by miasto mogło normalnie funkcjonować. Dlatego równie ważne jak technologia są etapowanie prac, organizacja i komunikacja z mieszkańcami. Linia M4 w Mediolanie powstawała w zwartej zabudowie, przecinając główne ulice, a także fragmenty centrum historycznego i miejsca o znaczeniu archeologicznym. Najważniejszym wyzwaniem nie był sam tunel. Najtrudniejsze okazały się stacje, bo to one wymagają przestrzeni, ingerują w układ ulic i bezpośrednio wpływają na to, co dzieje się na powierzchni miasta. Dlatego rozwiązania techniczne były zmieniane i dopasowywane do konkretnych lokalizacji, tak żeby ograniczyć skalę wykopów i zmniejszyć ingerencję. Metro nie powstawało według jednego schematu, tylko jako zestaw precyzyjnych decyzji dostosowanych do miejsca. Te przykłady pokazują jedno. Kraków nie stoi przed czymś wyjątkowym w skali Europy. Stoi przed swym wariantem problemu, który już inni rozwiązywali. Dlatego najważniejsze pytanie nie brzmi dziś, czy metro jest potrzebne. Jest. Pytanie, jak je zbudować, jak głęboko osadzić stacje, jak głęboko osadzić tunele i jak sprawić, by cała ta infrastruktura nie ingerowała w historyczną zabudowę miasta.
Dzień dobry, panie prezydencie, szanowny panie rektorze,
szanowni państwo.
Mr. Mayor,
Dzisiejszy będę miał
ladies and
możliwość
gentlemen.
krótkiego
I'm happy
wykonania
to
krótkiego
have this
wprowadzenia, które
opportunity to
rysuje
make a
kontekst
short introduction that is
naszego
going to
sposobu myślenia o
outline
metrze,
how we think
pytań,
about
które sobie
the metro
stawiamy. No,
system.
po części to dzisiejsze spotkanie
I'll
służy temu,
also
żeby
present the
pytania, które
questions that we
następują,
posed
uzyskać państwa
ourselves.
odpowiedź.
And hopefully
Szczególnie
we
cenna
will
będzie z
receive
pewnością ta,
answers to
która płynie
many of
od miast, o
those.
których była mowa,
What
które
is
mają za
really
sobą
essential is that we get
spektakularny
answers
sukces
from the
w zakresie budowania
from the
metra.
cities that have
I z
been
pewnością
mentioned that have
elementem
been
tych
quite
sukcesów było
successful in
odpowiedzenie
developing their
na te
metro
pytania, z
systems.
którymi my się w tej chwili
So
mierzymy.
That's
Szanowni Państwo,
quite
Kraków jest
relevant.
bardzo dynamicznie
Kraków
rozwijającym się miastem.
has been growing
miastem, które przyciąga
dynamically.
inwestorów,
It attracts
które
investors.
Pomimo tego, że w Europie odczuwamy różnego rodzaju
In
perturbacje
Europe, you see
demograficzne, jest
various
miastem, w którym
demographic
przybywa mieszkańców.
disturbances,
Jest miastem,
and
które
yet
można byłoby do pewnego
Kraków
stopnia
grows
określić
in terms of
miastem
its
sukcesu.
demographics, so
Ale
it
jest
could be
miastem, które
considered a
też mierzy
city
się
that has
z szeregiem
achieved a
wyzwań.
success, but it's
Szukamy
also
nowego modelu
facing a number of
gospodarki,
challenges. We are looking for a
szukamy
new
rozwiązania
economic
problemów
model at this point.
mieszkaniowych,
We are trying to
ale
solve
mierzymy się także z problemem
housing
transportu.
problems, but another problem that we look at is that of transportation. We have more and more people who live in our city. That means congestion, noise, and the general quality of life going down. We've heard a number of times here, and I believe that it's a consensual thing, it's quite important, but the fundamental question is, how do you take a metro system and embed it in a city that is very much alive, that has its own tradition, and a number of citizens that have their own emotions? The first fundamental question is this: how do you develop the city, how do you modernize it, and at the same time not ruin its future? It is not a banal question, mind you. We need to modernize certain things, but also we need to marry it with what is historical. It is one of the foundations that we're going to build on in the future. A few numbers here that are meant to show you how we are so determined in the City Hall. 250,000 cars from outside the city enter Kraków every day. It is estimated that 42% of the people who live in our region will be people who live in Kraków in the next few decades. The city of Kraków now has around 1 million people who use its city, but soon we might be talking about 1,200,000, 1,300,000. Exclusion is another important issue because Kraków has been developing in a terrible rush, and certain things have not been handled very well, namely in terms of design. There are new neighborhoods that are poorly communicated, there is little space there, and you cannot build a new tram line. And if you simply set up a new bus line, it's not going to solve the problem. And the metro system that we think of could help. We are truly highly congested. Every single driver in Kraków spends 100 hours a year in congestion. If you translate it into economic terms, you will see how much time is wasted, because you could use this time better, and that could be quite productive. Now, tracks. We are a dense city, and historically it's been an asset. There is no more space where we can basically route new bus or tram routes, or lines, if you will. Transportation is becoming a bottleneck for our growth and development. I'll try to be brief here. I'm sure that you are very familiar with it. Just for the sake of it, let me highlight a few issues here. Metro is going to shorten the trip time by up to 50% in certain sections. That is quite an asset. So you are talking about time, we are talking about productivity here. Environment is another important thing. Lower emissions, fewer collisions, this is what we think of. Resistance, resilience. It could be a place where you can find haven. We take it very seriously because metro could be used as a shelter. We've been in touch with Helsinki. That city has been a pioneer in this regard. We are also in touch with our colleagues with Kyiv, who understand the metro potential in this regard very much and in practice. Also, Kraków is one of the few European cities of this scale and size, growing so fast, that has no metro system. And we're talking about breaking an obstacle here. It's about us entering a different league of cities that want to play for the higher and highest stakes. What do you see in the slide here? This is the first line, 29 kilometers long. A lot of work has been done by a lot of excellent Kraków experts and other experts that have been supporting our work. Some of them come from Warsaw. This connects Opatkowice to the neighborhood of Nowa Huta. There is a reversal there because in the past the orientation was different. When you look at the growth potential, it is what it is, so this is how it is routed. 29 kilometers, high-tech. We would like this metro to be the first one in Poland that is autonomous, and we believe it. We believe it to be feasible, and this is how we think of designing this system. So you've got the design. What is behind it is a number of in-depth analyses, and we wanted to look at the greatest economic potential, university potential, office potential, and so on and so forth. All of that is embedded in that plan. Mind you, when you see it, it's going to overlay and be aligned with the outline of the first line of our metro system as we have planned it. It's supposed to be a spine of our transportation system, but we keep in mind other modalities because we keep in mind the fact that transportation should be integrated. The rail, regional rail or metropolitan rail is very much in the forefront of our minds. We want to keep the rail and metro very much integrated. Metro, for us, is a system. This is how we approach it. A key system, but we do not think of it in isolation. It needs to be highly aligned, synchronized with other modalities of transportation. And finally, we want metro to reach the old city. This is a UNESCO site, very strongly protected in terms of preserving the historical fabric, and the local residents are very much concerned with whether it can all be done without hurting the historical city center. Now, what is quite relevant is how deep we're going to dig, what kind of technology we're going to use, and how we're going to enter this fabric. Kraków, as I've mentioned, is a dense city, highly built up. So the question is, we have this modernity, how do we marry it with the historical tissue? How can we display this fabric, historical fabric and tissue, while at the same time without any negative impact thereon? There will be a number of conflicts that will appear. I'll phrase it differently. There are a number of challenges that we have to face, especially in the central section of the city. Stary Kleparz, UNESCO. You've got the Planty line park that surrounds the central part of the city. So when we outlined the line, we were in touch with the conservation officer, the regional conservation officer, and we agreed that it is very much doable. And this is the general answer, and this is why the line runs the way it runs. But there are still a number of questions that need answering, and it's still something that we need to do. Stacja Bagatella, so the station next to the Bagatella Theatre. There you've got a lot of historical tissue, you've got the relics of the old city walls and so on and so forth, and there will be a lot of throughput there, many people, dozens of questions that need good answers. We want to avoid errors that could undermine the residents' trust in this solution. At the same time, you want to protect the historical city fabric. And Dworzec Główny, the main train station, it's a major hub, a lot of buildings, and underground there is a lot of infrastructure, dozens and hundreds of various cables and pipes and connections that is going to be quite a challenge. Now the Wesoła neighborhood and Kleparz, you've got a number of challenges there linked to the layout. And we are very much looking forward to the conversations here. We hope that this dialogue is going to be helpful. Rondo Mogilskie, Mogilskie roundabout. Well, you've got some archaeological digs there. This is a major transportation hub. This is going to be one of the top 3 stations or hubs in terms of throughput. The National Museum, Grunwaldzkie, a roundabout, and there urban planning, heritage protection issues will play a major role. Now, I've shown how it runs from the east to the south, so we need to protect certain greenery, the identity of the place. We have a new development agenda. You can read it there. We want it to be the heart of our development. We have this development engine and we want it to be located there. We want our economy to be powered by technology rather. I hope that a number of good decisions will soon be communicated. Area Róż, the Alley of Roses, it's a monument to the history of this town. It's very much linked to the identity of the city. So how can you make sure that everything is well composed? How do you make sure that historical values are not lost? And more stations, Kosmyrzowskie, a roundabout, a reservoir in Nowa Huta, the new eastern neighborhood. You've got Czyżyny and Nowa Huta neighborhood need to be mentioned. Mr. Mayor used this phrase, we can, yes we can do it. We deeply believe that it is very much a feasible and doable project. There is a deep belief and conviction, and at this point it is not just words that are being said, but they are properly grounded. But for the metro system to work well, it needs to be well designed. So the question is, how do you do that? How can you fit in a metro system in a city that is complete as it is? How do you design an entry or a shaft? How you redesign the traffic? How do you not interfere in the urban planning system? How do you marry what is historical with what is about to be built? Now, let's talk about values. We've got a list of values that will accompany our work while we design it. And one of these is we must not violate historical values. Metro needs to be functional and modern, but let me reiterate this. The historical value is going to have the highest priority. So, the history of Kraków is quite important. This project is going to transform the whole city. We've already heard it. We want to solve transportation issue, but there is actually much more to it. It's about how do you transform a whole city? How do you change its growth and development trajectory for decades? This is how we approach it. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to present how we understand this project. Thank you to the cities that have accepted our invitations and have sent their representatives. This meeting is very important for us, and we want to learn a lot from you. Thank you very much indeed.
Bardzo dziękuję, panie prezydencie.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And our first guest today is a representative of the city of Prague. Prague is a city quite similar to Kraków that has been developing its metro system for quite some time. 3 lines are in operation and the 4th one is under construction. Dr. Tomasz Tuma, representing the Prague Public Transportation Company, is our guest. The Prague Public Transportation Company is in charge of the metro system. Mr. Tuma will discuss construction of new Line D and refurbishment of Line C of the Prague Metro. Over to you, Mr. Tuma.
Szanowne panie, szanowni panowie, dziękuję bardzo za zaproszenie królewskiego miasta Krakowa.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for inviting me to the royal city of Kraków.
Thank you for the invitation. My name is Tomáš Tuma. I am from Metro Rolling Stock Department of Prague Public Transit Company, and it is my pleasure to share with you a bit of experience from our metro. The topic of my presentation is the construction of new Line D and refurbishment of Line C of Prague Metro. I hope you will find it useful in your admirable goal of building the second metro network in Poland here in the beautiful historic city of Kraków. First, I would like to talk a little bit about Prague, but I'm sure you know it all quite well. It's the capital city of Czech Republic. It has some 1.4 million inhabitants, an area about 500 square kilometers, and it is a UNESCO World Heritage Site since year 1992. This site includes the historic city center, including the Prague Castle, Charles Bridge, and it is also the 10th most visited city in Europe. The modal split, for example, in Prague is 57% for public transport and 43% for individual transport. Just a quick few words about the Prague Public Transit Company. It's the largest public transit company in Czech Republic. It's a joint stock company, 100% owned by the city of Prague, and we have over 1,000 employees. As you can see, Metro is the backbone of Prague public transport, as it takes over 35% passenger trips share. A short word about the ticket system in Prague. The basic ticket costs about €2, but the annual ticket for adults is just €150, which is quite cheap compared to other cities, and it is a way to motivate people to use public transport. Prague Metro is in operation since year 1974, and today it has 3 lines, 66 kilometers and 61 stations, and 3 depots. It carries about 1 million passengers daily, and the shortest headway in peak operation is 115 seconds. The metro is in operation every day from 4:30 in the morning until midnight. Currently, the new Blue Line D is in construction. It's in the south of the city, and the first section will have 10 kilometers and 10 stations. It will use CBTC technology in grade of automation 4, that means fully driverless trains, and the operation should begin in year 2032. But I will tell you more about this project later in my presentation. I would like to tell you a little bit about our rolling stock, since I'm from the rolling stock department. Maybe you will find it interesting. At this time, we have 2 types of trains in Prague. On lines A and B, we run refurbished trains from Soviet Union. They are called 8171M. They were used originally from 1978, but they were deeply modernized around year 2000. We have 93 of these trains in 5-car trains. We run them in a grade of automation 2, that means with a driver, but automated. And we use automatic train protection of Polish types, similar to Warsaw, SOP 2P from ZWOZ Katowice. These trains are maintained under a full service agreement since year 2009. The original modernization was planned to extend the life cycle of the vehicles by 15 years, but today they are running more than 25 years, thanks to some major repairs. And the plan is to replace these trains by new ones until year 2040. The other type of train we have is M1, made by Siemens from 1999 until 2011. We have 53 of these trains. They are also in grade of automation 2. They are quite modern, I would say. They have aluminum body frame and asynchronous traction motors. They are also maintained under full service agreement by Siemens. And in future, we want to operate these trains long-term and extend their life until year maybe 2050, 2060. I will tell you also a little bit about it later. We want to move these trains from line C to line B and retrofit them with the ATP SOP2. The first line that was in operation in Prague was line C. It was opened in 1974. The original plans in the 1960s were to build underground trams, but it was later changed to a heavy metro of Soviet type, which has larger passenger capacity, and it is fully independent on surface tram lines. The next line that was opened was line A in 1978. It was built much deeper because it's under the river Vltava, and it is under the historic center. And the trains also had to climb steeper hills, so we had to push the manufacturer in Soviet Union to develop a new train type, the 8171 I mentioned earlier. And I will stop here at line A because, as I said, it was built under the UNESCO World Heritage Site, close to the Charles Bridge. But I will not go too much into detail about how this line was built because it's more than 50 years ago. It was built during communist times, and there was really no time for some thorough excavations and archaeological work. The historians had to work under big pressure. The plan was to open the line at a given date, and the builders had to follow this plan since it was a political goal. Unfortunately, there was not enough time to preserve much. However, there is one exemption, and it can be seen in the lobby of Můstek station. That's the central station, transfer station under the Wenceslas Square. The builders found a medieval bridge that dates back to 15th century, and luckily they were able to preserve it. And you can see it when you commute through this station. Then the construction went on to the more suburban areas. In 1985, we opened a third line, the yellow B line. Now, since then, the three lines form a triangle under the city center. I will go quickly through these slides. Yeah, the last section that was opened actually in Prague was in 2015, and it was the extension of line A. And since then, no project was finished. In 2022, we started with the construction of new line D. Now, the main topic of my presentation, the current project of the construction and refurbishment of the old line. We actually decided to combine these projects because there are some benefits to it. The oldest line C has to be refurbished because it has the highest single-day ridership, and the headway in peak operation is 115 seconds, which is not sufficient. With CBTC technology and platform screen doors on the platforms, we hope to lower the headway to 90 seconds. And we want to use the same technology on both lines. That means driverless trains and platform screen doors. We decided after some discussions that the platform screen doors are a necessity even on the old line, and we will not go the way of like some detection systems or something similar, because these are insufficient for safety reasons. We have a lot of people that are falling into the track from the platform or even committing suicides, and it stops the operations. So we want to install platform screen doors in all stations of the C line and the new D line. There is also some synergies with combining these projects. It's the unification of rolling stock and signaling. Thanks to the new rolling stock, we will be able to replace about half of the old 8171M trains. There is also some economic benefits. There will be a price discount when we buy a bigger number of trains, because the line D will be quite short in the beginning. It would need only 16 trains. But if we combine this with line C, which needs about 53 trains, then we will push the price of the trains lower. There's also synergy for the depot, because the line D will not have its own depot at the beginning, but the lines C and D are connected with a tunnel, so we can use the Kačerov depot, that's the depot for Line C, to also run trains for Line D until Line D has its own depot in Písnice, but that will come very late in the construction project. Now the Line D project is divided into two streams. The tunnel construction and some technologies like power substations and escalators have a separate series of tenders for multiple tunnel and station sections. This has a benefit that the construction can begin when all the necessary property for this one section is bought from the owners. However, there is also a downside because each of these tenders can face legal battles, which actually happened in Prague, and then this leads to years of delays. The companies that lose the tender file complaints, start the legal battles, and it takes years to solve. Second stream of the project is what we call a transportation system. That's a project which includes the new train sets, CBTC signaling technology, platform screen doors, and other auxiliary technologies like the operations control center, etc. And the tender is for one general supplier that will supply all of this for the new Line D and the existing Line C. On this diagram, you can see the schedule of the tunnel construction. The first part started the construction in 2022. It's the section 1D1A. It should be finished in 2029, but this is just two stations and the tunnel sections, so this cannot be operated from the start. The next section is 1D1B and part of 1D2. This was stopped by a legal dispute actually until last week. Last week, the Office for Protection of the authority just said that Prague Public Transit Company is in the right and we can go on with the construction, and it should be opened in 2032, and this section can be operated. It has enough stations, but still it will have no depot. And the rest of the line, the 1D12 and 1D13, is only in preparation now, and it will open no earlier than 2036. To give you a better idea about timeline of the project, the decision that the D line will be a fully driverless GOA4 metro came in 2013. Then 2 years later, there was a feasibility study. And then another 4 years later, there was a geological survey. We started the construction of the first section in 2022. That was a tender for 540 million euros. Then in 2024, the contract for the next 3 stations for 1,118 million euros was stopped by the Office for the Protection of Competition, and it took 2 years to solve this, and now we can go on with the construction, but it is delayed. The planned finish of the entire Line D is in 2036. Even if we fulfill this objective, this means a delay of more than 6 years to the original plans, which can give you an idea about how complicated the construction of metro in current time can be. And in parallel, we work on the tender for the transportation system, the rolling stock, train control, etc. In past few years, we went through the qualification phases with the suppliers, and actually next month, we plan to start a tender dialogue. One of the participants is Alstom, and the second one is Siemens-Skoda Consortium. The last main topic I want to touch is the importance of application of standard EN 5126 RAMs. It's widely used in contemporary rail projects, and it could very well be required by your local authorities because it promotes systematic approach and risk evaluation, and it ensures safe operation of the entire system. We didn't start with this from the very beginning, but through the process of system definition and discussions about future approval of our system, it became clear that it will be required by our authorities, so we had to follow this. And in the past 2 years, we as the operator went through phases 1 through 3 of the V model of life cycle, which is the concept, system definition, and risk analysis. And we are now approaching phase 4, where we start to specify the system requirements with the supplier. Yeah, as I mentioned, we started with the system definition. We carried this by our own effort. Then for the risk analysis, we had to seek guidance of external company, that was TÜV Süd. The next step was to set up our RAMS requirements, the reliability and availability of the system. This was done in collaboration with our local universities and research institutes. And then we also had to define the system and functional requirements according to the standard EN 62-90 and operational requirements, where we used our own experience and inspiration from foreign operators like Vienna. During this process, we also started to consult the possibility to contract an independent safety assessor, which is something you have to do if you do it according to the standard. And from our experience, it is helpful to start discussions with potential ISAs early, so they supervise your project from the beginning. You can avoid some shortcomings later in the project. So, to sum up our main challenges. Since line D is separated into streams, delay in one of these projects can affect the other one. For example, the delays caused by the legal conflict of the tunnel construction can make it hard for the potential supplier of the technology, like train sets and signaling. And this is especially true for historic cities, where the purchases of property can be quite complicated and it can cause such delays. Then if only one part of the line is put into service, maybe it's not even possible to operate trains for it, like in our example, where we only will have 2 stations in the first few years. And even later, we will not be able to operate trains from own depot of the line. I would also like to emphasize the need for a strong project team from the beginning. We face this challenge. There is simply not too many people that are dedicated for the project, and it is hard to find skilled employees on the job market, since it is a very specialized field. Not even inside the company there is enough people to work on it. Some key experience that we have from this project, I would advise that you look for an external consultant that will help you with the entire procurement process. If it's not possible, then I would recommend contacting some local advisors like universities or research institutes, which can help you with the early stages of system definition. We have good experience with this, as we as an operator didn't have enough knowledge to specify the system in detail. Other very helpful way to gain some insight about real-life projects and struggles that the operators had to overcome is to ask through organizations like UITP, where we found this quite helpful during the early stage of our project. In Prague, we chose to look for one general supplier of the entire system to avoid delays caused by conflict of more sub-suppliers, for example, rolling stock and signaling. We had negative experience with this in the past. We also have good experience with full service agreements. I think you should also look for maintenance for your system for entire life cycle. But I know, like the guys in Metro Warszawskie, they have a different opinion on this. They do the maintenance themselves, but we have a good experience with this, and we plan to continue with this approach even with our new project, with the new rolling stock and PSDs. Last piece of experience I want to share with you is to start as early as possible with negotiations with your local authorities, like a railway authority and so on, to set up correctly the process of commissioning and approval of your system. This way you can minimize the chance that they will have additional requirements during the project, which can again cause delays. And that's all from me. Thank you for your attention.
Bardzo dziękujemy. A naszym kolejnym prelegentem jest pan Andrea
Bruschi from Milan is our next speaker. He represents an engineering company that has been responsible for designing and developing major projects, starting with the metro. And they've been doing that since the 50s.
Yeah, wait a second. So good morning, everyone. It's very nice being here, and thank you once again to the city of Krakow for having me here. As I said, I work for MMSPA. It's an engineering company owned by the municipality of Milan. Wait a second. Okay. So yeah, I found it. It's an engineering company owned by the municipality of Milan, which was founded more than 70 years ago to plan Milan's metro network. Over the years, we have been extending our range of interest to all the metro systems all over the world, and also we have started to take care of new sectors of the Milan municipality, such as water supply, public green, public housing, and real estate assets belonging to the municipality management. As we say, we have been opening branches all over the world. We have a main branch in Dubai, which is following the market in the South Asia, Middle East, and Africa. We have been engaged recently in the construction of the first metro line of Tel Aviv, which is currently the longest metro line under planning, basically, and we also work in Latin America. But let's cut with this and get to the point with the metro network in a dense context, which is what's more interesting compared to what is happening here in Krakow. Milan is a wide metro area. It's Italy's economic capital, the largest metro area, and it's a city which has some issues in common with Krakow and in many of the other cities of which representatives have been invited today. It's a plain city. It's the center of the Badania Plain. It's a radiocentrical city. It's an historical city that many people don't know, but it is very old. Point is that in Italy, everybody in general visiting our country, they think about the art city like Rome, Florence, and Venice, which is true, of course, but also Milan in terms of UNESCO heritage. It's the city number 4 in the entire country, which means it's in any case a city which is a remarkable UNESCO heritage also at the world scale. And it has an impressive density because the central city, whose municipality is not very wide, has more than 1.4 million inhabitants, which gets to 5.5 in the entire metro area. And the density of the city, speaking about the inner municipality, the average density is 7,700 inhabitants per square kilometer. So it's a very high density, which in some areas of the city reaches up to 10 to 15,000 inhabitants per square kilometer, which is, of course, very challenging for building large infrastructures underground. In spite of this, we have been able over the decades to create a metro network, which nowadays is the 6th of Europe, over 46 network. It's a network of 5 operating lines with 116 kilometers with 134 stations. First was opened in November 1st, 1964, so we just celebrated 60 years age just a couple of years ago. We carry something between, about 1 million and a half passengers per day, and something like 330, 550 million passengers per year. So it's a large network, which is also enclosing another infrastructure, which is technically not a metro. It's an underground railway link that we call passante. It's just like going through, which is an underground railway tunnel, which is gathering together all the suburban lines coming from the northwest and from the southeast, gathering together them in a tunnel which is crossing the city northwest to southeast and working, by combining all the frequencies, like basically another metro. It's basically today we have a frequency of 5 minutes on this underground railway link, which is going to be increased to 3 minutes 45 seconds. So it's totally comparable to the frequency that we have on the other metro lines, which is about between 120 seconds and 180 seconds. In order to create this network, which is still expanding nowadays, because we have other something like 6 kilometers under construction and something like 20 kilometers or more under planning and already financed, there's a very important evolution, which is, I think, very significant, to what Krakow is supposed to start now. The historical trend has always been moving to one direction only, to reduce the impact on surface. This is because, of course, the city is getting more complicated at any given era more, and also because from let's say, a psychological point of view, the tolerance of inhabitants, of workers, of activities to the disturbance on the surface has been diminishing at a geometrical rate. To give you an example, Metro line number 1 was built mostly in the 60s, and it was completely cut and cover excavated, not only the station and shaft, but also the entire galleries. But at the time, it was very easy, in the Italy of the first, the second after-war period, it was very easy to just block an entire axis of the city and dig it and say, this is not going to be used till the metro is completed. And that's what's happened. But already in the 70s, when most of Metro line number 2 was constructed, the sensibility has already changed. So we started to build the metro using a blind hole technology, excavation from below, which was reducing significantly the impact on surface. Of course, the stations that were still built in cut and cover method. Yet again, with Metro line number 3, which was mostly constructed during the 80s, that was not enough yet, because this line was crossing the historical center too, and also the cut and cover excavation for the station only was not completely acceptable anymore. So we started to implement new technologies in order to have part of this station built in blind hole technology, from excavation with consolidation from below. Then, now, this you see in this slide, there's the list of the metro line. Let's see that between Metro line 3 and Metro line 5, we should place the underground railway link, which we'll get back to it later. And then it started the era of the TBM, the tunnel boring machines. You see here that Metro line 5 has been built before Metro line 4. In this, we have a parallelism with what happened in Vienna, where Metro line 6 was built before Metro line 5. With Metro line 5, which was mostly built in the first decade of the year 2000, we started with the massive use of the TBM to excavate all the galleries in a serial way, making it making less expensive to create tunnels, because the blind hole excavation in a natural way, of course, allows you to reduce the impact of surface and even pass very important criticalities such as the proximity to buildings, but it is very expensive and also slow technique. While TBM, it's faster and it makes it cheaper compared to the traditional blind hole excavation. Once again, Metro line 4, which has been opened in the recent year between 2022 and 2024, and mostly built in the second decade of the year 2000, that was not enough, because also Metro line 4 is passing through the historical center of Milan. As we said, in despite of being the economic capital of the country and having this, modern aspect, we have skyscraper, international fair, and so forth, and this is basically fashion, and this is basically what many people visiting the city, they experiment. But as I say, the city is very old. It's more than 2,600 years old. It was a Celtic settlement, so it was already in place before the Roman came. And then the Roman, of course, conquered it and reshaped it. And that has been evident during the wars for Metro line 4, because we find plenty of archaeological remains that had to be put in safety, and also made them, livable to people. That's been the great challenge. We'll go back to it later. But in any case, the TBM excavated galleries were just aided by having this technology, including the platforms in some segment of the lines, in order to reduce the width of the shaft to create a cut and cover station. Basically, the central stations in the central segment of Metro line 4, there was not only cut and cover excavated, but a part of them, the part containing the platform, was already made inside the TBM galleries. And now we're planning the metro line number 6. I, by the way, I'm a city planner, so I work at my company at the first phase, the planning phase, with feasibility studies and so forth. So now, currently, I'm taking care of the feasibility study of Metro Line 6. And so what we're going to see, we're going to have another step ahead, once again in the direction of diminishing the impacts on surface. The idea is, if in Metro Line 4 we already been able in some segment to enclose the platform into the TBM excavated gallery, maybe we can try to have everything included into the TBM gallery using a large diameter TBM. This, of course, is reflecting in the choice of the typology of engineering that we're going to implement. We can, for example, change between twin tunnels with single track, like it's been done in Metro Line 4, instead of single tunnel with double track, which has been made mostly in the first part of Metro Line 5. But the difference, of course, each one of them has pros and cons, criticalities and advantages, which are not only always the same. So you have to be ready in planning metro networks to change engineering typology according to the part of the city you're dealing with. And this, of course, is reflecting also, for example, in ventilation. You can use a central suction or the several ventilation chambers, but you have to adapt this technology to the proper way of building your line. Basically, what we can say is that in the creation of metro line, you should have a plan of which kind of typology to use in each single part of the city. And this is a process which doesn't have a unique answer. It's just like a second-degree equation. You not only have one solution. You have a range of solutions which has to be discussed with the client, the municipality or the metro area, in order to check which are the most important advantages to be pursued and which are the most important, the most acceptable criticalities to be bare. Metro Line 4, as we say, it has been recently opened, is a more than 15 kilometers long east-west axis with 21 stations, with a standard of 50 meters trains and platform due to it's totally automatic and driverless, and this, of course, is helping to reducing the standard in order to have higher frequency. To be honest about this was the intent. But the reduction of the size of the infrastructure to be built due to the full automatic system, which is allowing you having even 90 seconds frequency, you can, of course, making it smaller. But the problem is that at the same time, the regulation regarding safety are getting more restricted at any given year, more and more severe. So basically, you lost this advantage. Nowadays, the total volume of an excavated station on Metro Line 4, which has a 50-meter standards, is basically the same of the previous 3 lines. They have a 110 meters standard and they're not driverless, but at the time, you were not asked to add so much shaft and security shafts and security spaces like we have today. In any case, the light system is a good solution. In any case, otherwise the volume would have been increased even more. Metro Line 4 is significant for a very interesting thing. Like I say, Metro Line 4 is crossing the historical center of Milan. Sometimes along the alignment, there was not space enough to create a completely cut and cover excavated station. So the point was to create a central and most narrower shaft and excavate and blind hole the spaces to which the TBMs were supposed to pass by. Then this idea has been implemented and say, let's have a larger diameter TBM in order to locate the platforms as well. As you can see in this slide, the layout of the section present a much narrower central shaft. Now, the first objection should be, but out of the station, the diameter of the TBM gallery is exceeding what's necessary for the train. That's true. But honestly, basing on scale economy, this is not affecting the complete economy of the construction that much. It's better having this excess of space all along the line instead of having a much more complicated or maybe blind hole excavated station in the central segment. And this is just some more example. Now, underground railway link, as I say, this is nowadays working as an additional metro because Milan suburban railway lines, they have a frequency of 30 minutes, but in the underground railway link, all the lines, they gather together, so the resulting frequency is basically a metropolitan one. What's important of this infrastructure, which has been built by MM, is the largest mass transit infrastructure ever built in Italy. To give you an example, the standard, of course, is huge. It's 250 meters stations with 225 meter trains. So it's much bigger than a metro station. And the total volume excavated is 5 times the average volume of a metro line. And it has been built after the first 3 lines were already existing. So it has been placed in most of cases beneath these metro lines. Like, this is a very important example. This is Repubblica Square in Milan. Here we have, you know, a skyscraper, one of the oldest skyscrapers in Milan, so a very big building, more than 160 meters tall. Then below the skyscraper, we have Metro Line 3. And then below Metro Line 3, we have this huge station, which has a volume of 5 times the volume of Metro Line 3 station. Of course, the opposite would have been much easier, you know, to start from below, building first the underground railway, then the metro, and then finally building the skyscraper over it. Unfortunately, we had to accommodate the opposite. But we did it, implementing the technology of studying the consolidation methods. And when we were building the Metro Line 3, we did at the same time a virtual project of the rail, which was not in place yet, in order to simulate all the possible failure provoked to buildings, and especially the skyscraper, which, as you see in the slide, is very close to the junction between these two infrastructures, in order not to have surprises when we finally had to construct totally in blind hole technology, the new railway station below the metro, which is already below the skyscraper. It has been successful. This infrastructure has been launched in 1997, and everything went as planned. There are no major criticalities in all buildings around, especially the skyscraper. And also another station of this underground railway link is Porta Venezia station, which has been named the most beautiful railway station in the year it was opened. I don't remember actually the precise year, but it was just a few years after 1997. It has been used also by Mr. Armani to have some catwalks on the Fashion Week. It's an impressive infrastructure because it's totally, once again, excavated from below. At that time, we were not massively using TBM, so it was blind hole technology, very expensive, long to realize. But the problem is that it has to be deep, but not that deep to be far enough from buildings. So we implemented this technology of the cellular arch, having this pipe jacked element pushed into the ground in order to make such a wide infrastructure very close to surface. This, of course, led us to avoid a huge cut-and-cover excavation, which would have totally devastated the area and make it unlivable for several years, and at the same time, avoided to make it too deep like it should have been, just simply using excavation from above. But thanks to this cellular arch technology and jet grouting, it was possible to realize this huge station very close to building and also historical important presence like this Baroque church. Now, Metro Line 6. Metro Line 6, it's under planning. It would be a major work. It's a 22 to 28 long kilometers new line. It will be, of course, totally underground, totally TBM excavated. It has not been decided yet which kind of path it is going to follow. It's like in the study for the Metro of Krakow, we have been exploring all the possible routes, including, intercity line, like diametrical axis, halfway between diametrical axis and orbital, and finally also the possibility of adding a circular line, which is in the current moment is probably the most likely to be realized. A note about this circularity: this is something, it's a trend which is growing big in Europe and in the rest of the world. You know, from Helsinki to Melbourne, and these two cities are not mentioned by combination, but Helsinki and Melbourne, and respectively the northernmost and the southernmost metropolis, metro area with more than 1 million inhabitants of the world. And in the middle of several other cases, you know, also the important Grand Paris Express plan, you know, new lines there, basically working on this circularity. That can be also a hint for Krakow. Maybe, is it an option? Maybe for a second line in the future? We'll see. Of course, in the decision of the route to follow, it's been taken into consideration the planning of different excavation methods. We've been implementing a matrix. In this matrix, we take care of environmental constraints, infrastructural and underground utilities interferences, and construction criticalities. This matrix, the new thing about this has been discussed with the client, which is the municipality. We use different colors to indicate the kind of criticalities and the intensity of the color to mean the level and the intensity of the criticalities, because the goal is to show to the client what's better to do, because once again, there is not an easy way out. You will always have problems in planning a massive infrastructure in a dense context. So the deal is to contract with the client which is the criticalities that can be more easily bear, and which is the advantages which is most important to pursue. Thanks to this matrix, the client is able to have at a glance, at the first glance, an idea of what a specific choice, the consequences that a specific choice is going to have. And also the graphic rendering, we consider, you know, the different excavation technologies in different parts of the city. Of course, it's a balance, and the approach has to be what we call AMC, a multi-criteria approach. So, we are not alone in this decision. The client is continuously involved into the process, and now we're starting to involve also the citizens with the public debate strategy, which is something which is going already in Europe, and it's a delicate issue, but it's important because you have to explain sometimes to people before the infrastructure is made why some things are impossible, because, you know, most of people, the public, of course, is unaware. They're not expert, and they tend to say, oh, but why don't you do it like this? It would be easier. But the public debate can be a tool to teach the people why sometimes some things that they seems to be obvious, in the reality they're not feasible. So we'll implement this in the public debate for Metro Line 6. Now, finally, Metro Line 6, I would say, is going to create, like all the other lines, a step ahead in having most of the infrastructure excavating with above. The idea is to implement this new technology, the larger diameter TBM, enclosing everything, station, galleries, and platforms, most of technical implants. To be honest, this is it's not a new technology. Technology is always TBM technology, but it's a new strategy. It's a new strategy because it's been used so far only in Barcelona. Barcelona is the only city which has already an operative line built in this case. In the case of Barcelona, they use two-story lines with overlapping tracks. As you see, everything is included, but of course, you have huge shafts for accessibility. It is not the same than a normal cut-and-cover excavated station, because in that case, one thing is the shaft, one thing is the gallery, so you have major flexibility in placing your shaft, but you still have to build it. So probably the new step would be trying to reduce the number and the size of these shafts. Of course, I would say Barcelona is the only operating, but there's another one going on in San Francisco Bay Area. It's called BART, Bay Area Rapid Transit in San Francisco. The difference with Barcelona is that they started with the idea of the overlapping tracks, but then they changed into a central platform. It's in the heart of the Silicon Valley, so it's, of course, an area which gives important TOD, transit-oriented development possibilities. And the technology has been, the strategy has been changed because having the track at the same level, facilitates smaller edits, reducing construction and extent and cost of ground treatment. There's a slight increase in the tunnel diameter, but it's not traduce itself into an significant increase in costs and enhance the passenger experience. Honestly, the model of Barcelona with overlapping tracks creates, narrow space that are not perfect for the experience of the passengers. Now, of course, these huge shafts, they are necessary to get access to the station, but in the case of Silicon Valley, they've been combined to transit-oriented development opportunities. But this is not always possible if you're dealing with an historical context or very dense context. So we think that for Metro Line 6, the new step ahead, Metro Line 6, actually, we've been studying it for Metro Line 6, and we've been considering it also for Tel Aviv Metro, even if in the end they choose the traditional twin single tracks TBM excavated galleries. But the idea is to diminish the number and the size of these shafts by changing them with inclined tunnels, blind hole excavated, Basically, this is important. If you want to make it, you should conceive your station having the access on both sides of the station, on both head of the platforms, without having other infrastructure put in the middle of the platform in order to reduce the width of the infrastructure. And this is an example of Helsinki railway station. It hasn't been built with huge diameter TBM, but the logic is the same. You have access on both sides of the platforms in order to get distant, destination, increase the catchment area of the station, but at the same time having a pretty much narrow station considering the size of the infrastructure. And this is just an example how it works. Having, stairs and elevators just on both sides, you're serving two destinations in one time only. So these kind of sections, they present huge spaces that can be useful to accommodate important implants and power service and so forth, and also leave space enough to make the experience of the passengers being better. Of course, the technology is able to not completely having a substitution, but at least diminish the number and the size of these huge shafts, is the slope tunnels. These slope tunnels are not something new in the history of engineering, but the new idea would be to combine the blind hole traditional excavated tunnel to a large diameter TBM in order to have less impact on surface. This kind of strategy has been implemented also, metro lines like Stockholm. You have these tunnels going up, digged in rocks. There are technology useful for making them, even like this inclined TBM, to create escalators to very deep stations, such as this one in St. Petersburg. And, of course, the pipe jacking technique. The pipe jacking technique is the new frontier, which is able to combine this technique with a large diameter TBM. We think that currently is possibly the best way to really diminish to the minimum possible the impact on surface. This is just a comparison between pipe jacking and microtunneling and the traditional open trench excavation. Of course, the result of this chart is that you save space and money and you optimize the excavation of these tunnels. This is an example of vertical tunnel that we created in Naples with the metro line serving Naples Airport. It's pretty much impressive, but there, of course, was space enough to make it. And this is an interesting new technology solution provided by a Chinese operator. It's the rectangular TBM. Even if it's called a TBM, it's not a real TBM. It's a hybrid between a TBM and a pipe jacking. So it has a limit. It can be implemented for more than a few hundred meters length and a few meters width. But it would be, for example, it has been used in Singapore to create a pedestrian tunnel between 2 points crossing a multi-lane roads. And it would be very useful, for example, to create direct wells and tunnels reaching an underground TBM excavated metro without involving the creation of a huge cut-and-cover excavated shaft. Basically, the idea is to go back to the concept of the mezzanine-less station, like the oldest station in New York City. But in that case, they're very superficial ones, so you have to change your side of the road if you want to get one or the other direction. But the idea of having pipe jacking excavated tunnels replacing cut and cover excavation shafts can work the same way. If you have a central platform, you don't need a real mezzanine anymore, and this is simplifying a lot the size and the complexity on your station. And at the same time, like it's shown here in the new Sydney Metro, one of the newest of the world, having this kind of logic of the station can enhance the passenger experience, making the infrastructure very recognizable. The problem with overlapping tracks is that people, they get sometimes misled and confused. In that case, it's very easy. You have a pipe jacked excavation tunnel, you go down, you find the platform, you have two directions, you have a wide space above, easy to understand, easy to use, enjoyable to live. And that's all for today. Thank you very much for your attention.
Bardzo dziękujemy. Pozostajemy na południe Europy, ale
Thank you. We will stay in the south of Europe, but we will now move to Greece and Thessaloniki, one of the most demanding metro designs in Europe. Professor Spyros Vougias, head of the Municipal Council in Thessaloniki, is going to discuss Venizelos Metro Station between history and future.
Mr. Spyros, over to you.
Thank you, Christoph. Good morning. I'm coming from Thessaloniki. My name is Spyros Vougias. I'm the chairman of the City Council of Thessaloniki, and I'm very proud to represent here our citizens on behalf of the Mayor Stelios Angeloudis to a city that I find to have many similarities with Thessaloniki as a city, as an educational center, with 120,000 students, less than Krakow, a population more or less the same, and an adventure with our metro system, which will be very, I think, interesting to hear and assist the effort of Krakow to start this vision that I understand is the next big vision of the city for the future. So, and I represent the municipality here because we see this seminar as an excellent opportunity to deepen relations with Krakow through a more structured framework of cooperation, exploring possibility of formalizing our collaboration in different areas, such as mobility, sustainable mobility, in fact, tourism, Jewish heritage, innovation and European programs. In fact, later today I will meet the Deputy Mayor, Mr. Mazur, to discuss the possibilities of an agreement, of a sister city agreement, or a memorandum of understanding on specific projects between the two cities. Our city has a long history of 2,300 years. It belongs to the area of the Macedonian kings after the Athens blooming of the democracy of Athens and the first city in the world history. It was founded by King Cassander, a Macedonian king, and named after the sister of Alexander, of the great Alexander the Great, Thessaloniki. This theta is the initial letter, does not exist in Latin alphabets or in your alphabet certainly. It's TH pronounced, TH together, theta. I think Spanish people read it when they write Z. It's theta. It's a historical crossroad of civilization, which means difficulties for digging in the past, because every 5 or 6 meters, you find levels of history. You don't have to dig very much in order to find historical antiquities. Starting from the Ottoman period, previously the Byzantine period, previously the Hellenistic period in between also the parallel Jewish history of the city, not to say the prehistoric period before 311 before Christ, when the city was founded. It was once home of the largest Jewish communities in the world. It was eliminated by Nazis during the occupation, during the Second World War. 50,000 Jewish citizens of Thessaloniki were transferred near Cracovia to the camps, and they were murdered. And this cost a lot to the city because it was a very vivid community. The city was then had a population of 200,000. It was 1/4 of the population of the Jewish community. Thessaloniki was called the second Jerusalem because the biggest community outside Israel. So this is as an introduction. I will be less technical in my quick presentation because history and town planning come together and try to coincide in an experiment that has now a happy ending, but produced a many kind of problems during its construction. I don't want to be only pleasant, but helpful to the city of Krakow that starts working on this project in order to convey our experience. As a town planner, I remember myself about 40 years ago when I was a young assistant in the university. I finished as a professor a few years ago. And we were planning to see what could be the best. We had only buses then. What would be the best mass transport system on constant rail, which means that we were trying to see which would be the best tramway, surface tramway, or metro subway system. And I will tell you the short story in between. So the story started many years ago because Thessaloniki is a seaside city, it's a port. It's exactly on the crossroads of the north-south and east-west axis. Egnatia Street is the name where this station that I will show you later, and you saw on the original video, exists. Egnatia Street was the Roman street that linked Rome to Constantinople. And our Egnatia Street, our part, was a part of the Roman Egnatia Street. We call it Egnatia Street today, the contemporary Egnatia, but 6 meters beneath was found, as we will see, the Roman street, and you may exactly untouched, and you could think that maybe Roman horses and machines, polemic machines, war machines would pass. And this created the problem of coexistence with history that delayed the project for many, many years and caused a lot of social, economic, and political problems for the city, as well as extensive cost. If we can now consider as a metro building cost of about 100 million euros per kilometer. This had an original budget of 9.5 kilometers waiting to cost 1.2 billion, and finally it cost 2 billion euros, our metro, after 25 years of construction, 25 years. I say that for you to avoid it, not to disappoint you, to discreetly encourage you, in fact, to proceed carefully and preparing the political environment, which created to us a lot of problems because the municipality started. This is also a common. I see here that the mayor started this project, this idea. Is it true? Also, I don't know the responsibilities of the municipality here because our municipality is not a metropolitan one. we are called Thessaloniki Complex, but Thessaloniki City Council, but Thessaloniki municipality is only the central city hall between 7 or 8 others in an urban conurbation. So we should always try to find a common step in order not to fight with neighboring organizations and parallel municipalities. Also, we should not have a government, a conflict with the central government, which was a problem originally in Thessaloniki, because the mayor that started imagining about the metro system was against the government that year, in late 80s, when this adventure started. But the first tramway of Thessaloniki, as you see, it was very beautiful, horse-driven, near the sea. And Thessaloniki, I used to say, remembers. Thessaloniki remembers its history, and I confess to you that was in favor of the tramway system in Thessaloniki. The population parameter does not help us very much, also does not help you, because I don't know about what number are you talking. Are you talking about the whole conurbation of 1,500,000 people, or even 5 million? I read somewhere that Krakow has a zone of impact of 50, 70 kilometers that could assist many more people. But in Thessaloniki, the population now is 1 million for all these municipalities. Our municipality has 400,000, which meant that it's not the mass of people that we required in order to justify such a cost. Anyway, we thought of the history, because in the mid-war period, tramway was looking like this, and it helped a lot. But then when the private car came and buses came, mid-50s, the Prime Minister Karamanlis put away all the rail lines, and he gave to bus owners the private privilege to bring. I was insisting on that, and this is my proposal in the beginning of the new era, that this is a tramway proposed in Chimiski Street, the main street of Thessaloniki, a parallel to Egnatia Street where Metro was constructed. This is the most dramatic banner that we had seen in 1986, when the mayor started digging in Egnatia Street, insisting that he will create a metro of Thessaloniki, funded by the radio station of the municipality, FM 100. It was the radio station of the municipality, and he believed that he could raise money for building a metro from this fund, which of course was a disaster, was a farce, and suddenly it became a state project. In the beginning of 2003, 2004, it became a public project, and we found money from the European Union. I told you about the budget, 1.2 billion euros, that finally ended up in becoming 2 billion euros because of the problem of the necessity of coexistence of antiquities, of the historic heritage, as you try to do it here. I must say that archaeologists in Greece are the strongest part of the body of state representatives that have the power to stop any project if they find that they think that the valuation of antiquities is so important in order to stop everything. This is the original line. This works now. It's funny that it stopped at the limits of the municipality of Thessaloniki. In the future, this year, this blue line you see will end it up. This year in September, we expect inauguration of this. And the original line is 9.3 kilometers, and this is another 5.4. So in the end, we'll have about 15 kilometers of the metro system. But the problem is that it should go, it's not clearly shown on the left, the yellow. It doesn't go to the very densely populated western part of the city, which needs desperately this because we haven't found the money. We haven't found the money yet. So this is the problem that led to the Venizelos miracle, the original thing that ended up in the happy ending of coexistence, which is a good paradigm of doing something like this. This is the street I was talking to you before, the Roman Egnatia Street, marble road, and left and right economic land uses like shops or buildings of common interest. And because of this, which was 5 or 6 meters below the surface, as you can see, cars on the street, and on the other part, archaeologists mainly, not construction workers, archaeologists cleaning and examining and keeping notes and studying and coming back and saying we need more time in order to do that. And of course, it was good for them and good for the history of the city because it's a treasure, in fact, a heritage that created now the result that we will see. Could also create an open plaza of ancient antiquities, historic plaza. My intervention in the meantime, because we had a lot of trouble and delays, was to cancel Venizelos station as a metro station. It was not accepted, maybe hopefully, because we would save 3 or 4 years of time to cancel the station. And since we found all of this heritage, we should open it and make an open archaeological site. So this is the Venizelos project. Before I wanted to say that the transportation project was transformed into archaeological project. It was mainly an archaeological excavation and archaeological finding instead of a transportation project for 2 or 3 years. So Venizelos metro station project that finished hopefully and happily is a good example. It's not a part of transport system. It's let me read what we wrote there. It's a pioneering project which integrates a significant archaeological site in its original position with an operational metro station structure. This concept redefines our traditional perception of underground space usage by turning common infrastructure into a cultural experience embedded in the daily life of the city. The station is located in the heart of Thessaloniki, is part of the city's first metro line that became operational in 2024. We're very new and fresh. We don't have the long history of Milan or the big history of Prague. So our experience is extending and extending, serving up to 67. Now they have gone up to 100 daily with state-of-the-art driverless trains. During the excavation works at approximately 5.5 meters depth, significant archaeological discoveries were revealed beneath the modern Egnatia Street, which included a portion of the 4th century after Deus road, Decumanus Maximus, with its colonnaded arcades. We saw them in the picture before. This road was the main west-east artery of the walled city in late antiquity. Furthermore, it was a junction in Venizelos with a north side crossroad named Cardo leading to the harbor built by Constantine the Great came to light under Venizelos Street. At the intersection, the monumental tetrapylon, four pillars, was built in the 4th century. Apart from the road stone pavement, a whole urban complex was revealed with commercial outlets, workshops, and houses. It was amazing. It is amazing. This was exactly the Venizelos station located there. This outstanding discovery led to a full redesign of the project, facing a major challenge: either preserve the antiquities in place using complex underground mining methods or temporarily remove them to allow conventional construction and then restore them precisely to the original place. There was a battle, a political battle there. Archaeologists, ecologists, alternative thinkers, I don't blame them. They were insisting that the antiquities should stay in situ, as they say in Latin, in situ, not to touch them, because you cannot remove and replace a living environment in the past, which was not a statue to move and bring back, but a whole vivid area in the past, which you could not, it was very dangerous. But in the end, the technology, following meticulous engineering and cultural evaluation, the chosen solution satisfied both aspects, being technically feasible and archaeologically respectful. This was to remove, protect, and return the antiquities. It was returned almost by 90% to their exact original position inside the station box after completion of the station structure. This process had to meet strict operational and fire safety requirements while integrating the disciplines through an inspired architectural design. You see, they were transferred, they were carried away. Big project, technically and architecturally. The project marked a groundbreaking technical and scientific achievement. For the first time worldwide, the complete archaeological part of an ancient city, approximately 2,000 square meters, was removed, stored, and then put back at its exact original position in depth and plan. The process demanded detailed planning, interdisciplinary collaboration, development of specialized equipment and techniques such as categorization of the antiquities, segmentation, precision cutting, en-bloc lifting, sliding on tailor-made tracks, gantry crane systems, etc. We are closing very soon. The ancient cityscape is now permanently exposed beneath the modern city, and it's visible to all gratis. Ceiling cables, suspended glass walkways allow visitors to stroll above the ancient road and building complex, while stainless steel and glass balustrades around the site permit visitors to stand close and admire the antiquities from a safe distance. Special architectural lighting and information panels transform the specific station area into a living archaeological site that serves as a historical education center the passers-by. The development of Venizelos Station embodies social sustainability by preserving historical legacy and fostering public engagement. It enhances mobility while safeguarding cultural heritage, contributing to a city that respects both its past and its future. As part of a rapid transit system which reduces the greenhouse gases emissions by 100 tons per day in the city, Venizelos Station supports long-term climate resilience while ensuring the citizens open access to their own past. No new land was consumed. Instead, heritage assets were integrated into underground infrastructure, offering a model of environmental stewardship for future projects. By creating a space where history is visible and accessible to the public, Venizelos Station promotes informal education and lifelong learning, turning into a daily commute into a cultural experience. At the same time, it enhances the area's attractiveness for tourism and local businesses, boosting the local economy and balancing the increased construction costs. The station is no longer just a point of transit, but a symbol of Thessaloniki's evolution by connecting high technology within. And finally, the stakeholder engagement. maybe it's useful. The success of Venizelos station project is not only due to advanced engineering, but also to vital contribution from non-technical disciplines and stakeholders. Important were the contributions from the European Union. They gave us all the money. Greek ministries, the city municipality, and the local community. Archaeologists played a central role by documenting, preserving, and integrating the antiquities into the station design, ensuring that cultural heritage was not sacrificed for development. Urban planners and historians helped shaping the vision of the station as both as a transit hub and a public cultural space, while legal experts ensured compliance with relevant laws and urban development regulations. Later, in the table discussion, open roundtable discussion, I will explain my opinion about your adventure here, in which I wish and hope will start soon and will finish not very late as our experience. Thank you very much for your attention.
Dziękuję Państwu bardzo serdecznie.
Thank you very much indeed. And this is when we invite you for the first coffee break.
Więc zapraszamy na salę około godziny, mniej więcej za 25 minut, za 15 minut.
And please be back in 25 minutes, roughly. So we're going to resume our deliberations at 11:45.
Witamy Państwa po przerwie. Mam nadzieję, że dostateczna.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome after the break. Hopefully, the caffeine that you've had over the break will help you keep focused. We will now take you to Vienna. Martin Dunst is the first one to represent Wiener Linien, the company that is in charge of the Vienna's metro management. This contribution is entitled Metro Construction in Vienna, Organization Methods and Current Developments, How to be Predictable and Effective when Carrying Out Large Investments. Over to you, Martin Dunst.
So, hello, thank you for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here in Krakow. It's my first time in Krakow. I've been on a city walk yesterday, and I just broke the monitor, I guess. Thank you very much. I've been to a city walk yesterday, and I have to mention Vienna and Krakow has a lot in common. Not geology, I guess, it's more the UNESCO badge. And the UNESCO badge is wonderful for tourism, but slightly challenging for the engineering. After 50 years of digging and drilling and spraying shotcrete and convincing people that the shaking is absolutely normal, Vienna now runs a highly efficient and successful metro system. And I'd like to share this. So let me start with a quick overview. Beneath 28 tram lines, Vienna, and 100 bus lines, Vienna runs 5 underground lines. We got the U1, 2, 3, 4, and 6. The 5 is missing, yes, but the vision was from the beginning, we have an underground system with 6 lines, but over the next years and decades, Vienna grew and decisions were made different, and so the ideas got adapted. In this picture, I'd like to show you how it was in the beginning. You can see the construction site of one of the first metro lines. This is the Stephansdom and the Stephansplatz next to it. It's probably the most popular place in whole Austria. It's kind of the soul of Vienna. And still it was closed to the public for many years. As told before, this was in the 70s, and I guess it wouldn't happen right now like this. But Vienna discovered something other important. The underground is not empty, and every excavation can be a surprise. Even if you know there are historic things waiting in the underground, you can't know what exactly. There can be Roman walls, medieval remains, old basement, sometimes everything at once. So prepared for some archaeology every time. The historic cities are special. Archaeology accompanies almost every excavation. The space on the surface is very limited, so you have to share it. Sometimes you have to interrupt the work for the archaeologic excavations, and you have to be prepared for this. On the other hand, sometimes you will find something very beautiful, and that's also nice. Okay, let's dig a little bit deeper. Geology is where it gets interesting, especially for the engineers. Vienna's underground is dominated by clay, with layers of sands and gravel. And you can see the purple areas are the clay areas where the most of the tunnel is built. The geology is key for the excavation stability, for the settlement risk, and the groundwater management. In other words, the geology influences the building methods. In Vienna, we use different methods for the construction. We got the cut and cover method with drilled piles or slurry trench walls. We still use it because it's for the connection to the surface and down to the train platforms, an ideal method. Also, we got the new Austrian tunneling method for cross sections or when geometric gets complicated. And for the longer running tunnels, we use the TBM machines. In fact, we use earth pressure balanced TBMs, but I'll tell you later about it. Okay, the new Austrian tunneling method. It's a little bit misleading because it's almost 70 years old, but it sounds crisp. And the new Austrian tunneling method is still the one key solution and key technique for the Austrian for the Vienna tunneling. It's very flexible because it uses the ground itself as the primary structure. The excavation is stabilized with sprayed concrete, shotcrete, and reinforced, and another layer of shotcrete. And the continuous monitoring allows to adapt very quickly to actual ground behavior, and that makes it very flexible in points of geology and geometry. We got rates of advance from 3 to 6 meters in 24 hours with this method. On the other hand, for the long tunnel sections, we choose the earth pressure balanced TBMs, tunnel boring machines. They are quite fast, efficient, they are stable, they are safe, they need no water management, which is especially in the city real pro. On the other hand, they are absolutely not flexible. If it comes to another cross sections, you have to widen up with an ATM method, or you use a very large diameter, as the colleague from Milan explained before. But maybe that's a point we can discuss at the podium discussion afterwards. In my opinion, you will need for the TBM additional building methods to complete the metro system. Okay, I'd like to share the actual intersection U2, U5 in the phase 1. You can see on this slide every 3 construction methods. The red parts are the cut and cover methods, the dark blue in New Austrian tunneling method, and the light blue, and now covered in purple, the TBM road. As you can see, the TBM is almost finished. Almost finished means we got 3 kilometers covered of 4. So the last kilometer, the Flamme Rouge, is in operating right now. And if there was a prize for hitting every possible challenge along the road, I guess Austria got 12 points. We got 3 metro lines crossing. We got 8 tram lines crossing. We built a whole new station under a train station, an operating train station. We have a big electric substation to cross, a cemetery, and even the big air defense flag tower from World War II is we are going to go underneath it. We are 5 years into the construction. Construction started 2021. Right now, all station tunnels have been completed in its construction shell, and as told, the TBM is about to finish in summer. As mentioned before, monitoring is key. For sensitive buildings, we use real-time monitoring systems. It helps us if settlements exceed predefined limits, the compensation grouting starts immediately. So you can keep the buildings above in reduced different settlement of the building, because that's the problem for the buildings above if they settling on one part more than the other. And the compensation grouting allows you to stay in control, to have the buildings stable. Yeah, the goal is to have less surprises, especially for the people living in the buildings. Based on Vienna's experience, Invest early in investigations means know your ground, scan your archives, deep dive into the learnings of other cities. I guess you've done a great job so far, but keep it going. Stay flexible with the construction methods. I just don't think the solution getting one big TBM will solve every problem. Treat monitoring as a core system and not as an accessory, because you want to know what's happening. And communicate early, even when everything is going well. Okay. The Vienna experience shows it's possible to build underground system under existing UNESCO city. It's challenging, of course, but you can do it. And I guess the lesson learned is you have to start and do the first step. All the best. Thank you.
Kolejny głos również z Wiednia, ale troszkę z innej perspektywy.
And now, we also hear from Vienna. This is going to be urban planning perspective. The next gentleman represents the Vienna authorities, and the U5 route in Vienna is the main axis of his presentation.
So it's my third time that we are in this cooperation with Krakow. I'm very happy for this exchange. It's really very interesting as well for us to see how others cope with the same problems. And I picked out, because the long story, how we cooperate. So I'm from the city of Vienna and not from the Wiener Linien. And the thing how we cooperate, we told the Krakow people in former exchange formats. So I, for the end presentation, had only one story of our creating the U5. I tell you how we came to this quite bendy track to the northeast. So this is the picture we explained to the colleagues of Krakow, how we make the responsibilities in the planning phases. So I'm from the city of Vienna for the first part, if it's necessary to build a metro, and variant studies and how to do is a part of the urban planning department in Vienna. So we, of course, there's a big, intense cooperation with the Wiener Linien from the beginning. And the Wiener Linien are our public transport operator, 100% owned by the city. And they also build they are the constructor of the metro and the operator. So they have all the know-how and they are 100% owned by the city. So it's a very close institutional cooperation, but also on the work. So the main thing before we hand over a project to the Wiener Linien, so the whole assessment center, detailed planning, approval, and all these problems we have heard are all within the area of the Wiener Linien, and we have audit, we call it a special meeting where we have fixed cost for the project, a budget frame, I would say, not really fixed cost, but a very exact before. We have to really define where are the stations, how exactly they look like, not somewhere in the region, but really here on this street, on this side. And this is, we call this phase the general planning. And this is, I think, that's a special thing in Vienna that we do this for this. And I think it's very important so that we really can hand over a project to the Wiener Linien that is really feasible. The budget framework is fixed, and we have a time frame as well for the whole project, that the rest can go in a more structured way. So what is on our planning level is it's really the basics. We have to set up, okay, we want to build a metro line to the west, in this case from the U5, and it's all the simple basics, I would say. We're now in the technical details. That's really the basics. So you have a station about 800 to 1 kilometer. If you have a maximum speed, our metro has 80 kilometers per hour. You have a minimum radius of 300 meters, so you can't go around corners very fast. And another thing is the safety thing, that you need an emergency exit distance, 300 meters. That's under the ground, quite difficult. And of course, all these things we've heard about, where to locate the stations, finding the crossing points, and all this stuff is, of course, very important. And these are the things that, if you're really in a dense urban area with old buildings, these are the really challenges that you have to cope. You need for your construction, for a station, you can't build it completely underground. We have heard you need 2 big holes. So I say it in a more simple language than before. You need really 2 very big holes, and with no houses over this, so it has to go, the crane has to go down to the tracks. So you need a free space, and you need an entrance to the street network where the lorries and the trucks can come and bring the concrete and put away the clay. And so it's not necessary. You need a lot of space, and in the dense area of the inner city, it's really hard to find these places. That's our main task, to find this. And of course, demolishing houses is not the first approach we want to avoid. We want to keep our old buildings. And the new thing is that we should not cut down trees. That was from the last 10 to 15 years, the value of the trees was more and more, so that now we will have to discuss to cut down only 1 tree is a problem. Yeah, and of course we should keep up the tram network and the car traffic. So yeah, and you can see that in a dense inner city, that's really quite complicated. So this is the area we are talking about. This is this U5. And yeah, it looks like this. And you see, it's quite difficult to find this space and these places you need. And I will tell you now how with the problems we had to cope to find this route of the U5. Of course, we wanted to build a straight line to the northwest. And now we have a sharp bended S curve. But I will tell you why this looks like this. So this was one of the first plans 20 years ago. Okay, the idea was the U5 is missing since 50 years. The people are discussing where's the U5 in Vienna. And it was always the plan to go to the northwest. There's a missing part in our network. And we said, okay, we will follow the tram line that is the most important in the northwest, the main road to the northwest to Hernals. And link it to the U2. This is this idea of linking U2 and U5. You maybe heard before. And yeah, and the first thing was there's a sharp corner from this main road to the U2, and as I said, 300 meters is our minimum radius. So that's not possible to build it like this. So we said, okay, then we go a little bit up and make corner so that we can make a station there to combine. And then, yes, then we searched the surroundings, and there's the National Bank. And okay, we went to the National Bank and asked them if we can have some plans that we can optimize our tracks. And they said, no, you don't get any plans of us. Here's the storage of our money and the gold reserves. And please stay away with your metro. You won't get any plans and cooperation of us. And then that was the first thing. The other thing was, with our historic heritage, we want to link to the U6. That's the main reason of this U5. And this is the station from the original planned track. It's a 120-year-old station. And we said, yeah, it's a historic listed building. And we said we cannot find a good connection. We need an additional metro line, and we cannot combine it with this house. It's simply not possible. So, okay, we had 2 no-goes, and then we said, okay, then let's try it with a little more banded curve. That's even maybe a good thing, because we have the main hospital, the AKH, the main hospital of Vienna, the biggest of Austria, is at the next station of the U6, and it would be good to catch the main entrance. And of course, it's good. It's really a very busy point in Vienna to catch this entrance of the AKH. But again, we asked the hospital, and they said, no, it's not possible to cross this really big complex. It's very deep basements, and they have the university has some sensitive instruments down there. And yeah, a colleague told we are very keen in controlling our digging, and I think the Wiener Linien really make this very good. But they said, no, you have no chance. You cannot go under our building. Okay, then was the next step, go a little bit more up and surround the hospital and reaching the front. But there was the next thing, so that we said, okay, now we are 1 kilometer away from the original part, but it's also good. So we can catch the next main road, and we can catch 5 new tram lines, so we have an additional hub. So maybe this bend is also a benefit and not only a problem. But then the next problem came, the university. We have the Physics and Chemistry Institute there, and they also have very sensitive gravity measuring things. And they said, 20 meters away from our house, you are allowed to build your metro, but not closer, not 1 meter closer. So, okay, that was very difficult for us to cope with this. And we said, okay, if you build a new institute somewhere else for the university, then you can have this. And they said, yes, but that was really an issue that went up to our mayor, but it was not possible to get an agreement. Then, of course, the next thing was an electricity transformer. We heard this on the U2. We had this problem that the electricity hubs, the transformation is very sensitive in the construction phase, and it costs really millions to avoid any disturbances, because they say if they have any trouble, half of the city has no electricity, and we cannot go to this risk. So in the U2, we had a solution here. They said no, not one more. And then we got an interesting partner, the Wiener Linien itself said, okay, the changing point to the U6 is close to a depot from our U6 line, and it would be a perfect place to build a construction site for the metro. And we have an old building there from this heritage line that would be really very useful as a new station building. And then the Wiener Linien came and said, no, sorry, we need this place for our depot, for our rolling stock. If you have for 8 years, you give us another depot, then you can have the space. So even the Wiener Linien itself, for their own construction, didn't give us the place, the space we needed. So we had to go one final step. So yeah, here I have sent one more picture of this area. So here is really, it was not possible to find enough space to dig a hole for the station. So the trees on the inner side are very important. The hospital didn't say, oh, we don't allow to touch even our building. We wanted to connect it directly so that you can go underground to the hospital. We thought it's a good idea, but they say, no, it's simply not possible to do this. And on the other side was this depot of the Wiener Linien. And on the ground you can see the sketches. That's how we work on this planning phase. We work with structural plans, but it's to keep it simple, we make it in this sketch style. Yeah, so that was the solution, was now that we put a little bit outside of this next main street. We are still linked with a pedestrian bridge, but it's apart from the rest of the U6 station. And we have to to demolish one private house to build this station, so against our normal regulations. And of course, we have to use the park to build the construction, and there are some trees. Yeah, that's another thing. Yeah, so now we have finally found a very strange route, but we think it's still a very good thing. Then there was one final thing, it's the emergency exit. So this is now this final bend. And then was one more problem. We need an emergency exit every 600 meters, so that you have only 300 meters. And we said, okay, between these two stations, there is no street. I'm sorry, the presentation looks a little bit different. There is no street there, so we only have a courtyard of an historic university, medical university building. But we said, okay, maybe you give us our courtyard to build just an emergency exit. It's a quite small metro construction. Of course, for normal people, it's a huge construction, but for metro, it's only small. But they also said, no, we have a very old building, a famous building, and we have a collection of old artifacts and mummies, and I don't know what is really this, but they said it's so sensitive and you are not allowed here. But we had no more possibility to go elsewhere with our track, so we needed to make a little trick. To find enough room, we enlarged the stations underground so that there is an emergency door where you can go in the case of a fire. Normally you go to the platforms, that's the emergency escape way, goes to the platform from the next stations, and we said, okay, we built some emergency rooms within the station, and so we could keep the distance to 597 meters, so it's that you have only this limited 300 meters to escape. Yeah, and then one more thing, it was mentioned here, the geology. We try to keep the contact on a basic level, I would say, because the geology, as you heard, is quite complex in Vienna, and the geologists are very precautious, I would say, and the method, as we heard before, is on the next step from the Wiener Linien that they decide how to build this metro. It's not on our planning level, but it's always like this, that they say, yes, with this level of the groundwater, we have several groundwater tables, how is it called, and some changes of the soil, and always they say go 3 or 5 meters down or 5 meters up, but up is normally not possible because of the buildings above. So they always want us to go down and down, but they say we don't want to go down because the passengers have to go more deep every day. But in this case, it was for the one station, they convinced us to go down. And yes, and we learned one more time, it would be good to talk quite early with the geologists. So now we finally have found a route that is really feasible from all point of views, from the geology, from the key stakeholders, I would say. So this is now this line to the U5 Hernais. And at the end connection, we have another historical issue with the station, but I skipped this story. It ended up that we built a part. It's always the same. It's to connect things is really from the thinking of the maintenance and the infrastructure really nearly impossible. So you always, if you have a federal railway station and a metro station, there must be a clear border, otherwise you won't get an approval for all these things. It's really too complicated. Yes, one challenge we didn't solve, we didn't talk too much to the public, I have to admit. So that, of course, now our constructions are all in greeneries. And of course, I said we don't want to cut down trees, but we have to cut down some trees. It's impossible to build a metro without cutting down trees. And this communication with the public has to be done in the next 1 and 2 years. So it will be a hard work for the communication of the Wiener Linien and of course of the city, because the value of trees is rising every year. Only to cut down only one tree is really a big discussion in the public. That's what we will see in the next years. Yeah, so that's my final conclusions of this planning phase before we go to this technical thing is, of course, you have to really, I think what's really crucial in Vienna is this really true cooperation from the beginning, that we work together with the same common interest and the same goal with the future constructor of the metro and the city. You need a political support, you need a mayor and other political parties that really support you, otherwise you won't get this approval from these federal institutions if they come and only want money or something want to renovate their things. You need really a good, and you, of course, you really have to look very early what are the key stakeholders that could break your project and find some solution that you can live with. Of course, you cannot go at the beginning to all the public because no one wants the station in front of the construction in front of his door. No one wants to remove that his house will be removed. But with the key stakeholders, you really have to contact very early, and you need a decision-making culture so that it's really, if you decide it, if you make it like this, then this is really that all the involved people can trust that it really holds like this. And the other thing, what we've learned with this strange band, it's useless to fight against resistance. You have to accept that there are strong players that have strong interests, and you have to accept this. And of course, like now, our new stations with the new transport hub and in front of the station, so maybe it's not so bad, maybe it's a better solution than the direct line. And so sometimes these problems are opportunities, and you can always, like always in the planning, you should look for possibilities more than not for problems. So thank you.
A teraz zaprosimy Państwa na panel dyskusyjny z udziałem wszystkich.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are kindly invited to engage in our discussion panel, including our international experts. Professor Andrzej Szarata will be moderating the panel, head of the Scientific and Technical Council, and I would like to ask our guests from abroad to join us here.
Our speakers, as well as Szymon Kowalczuk. Pan Szymon Kowalczuk, czyli inżynier tunelowania z 20-letnim doświadczeniem.
Szymon Kowalczuk is a tunneling engineer who has been an advisor to the City Council in Kraków. He was involved in projects delivered in Hong Kong, Melbourne, and Copenhagen. Over to you, Mr. Moderator.
Please take your mics. I think it will be much easier for us to talk about it. Today we had a set of very good presentations. Thank you for your presence here, and thank you for everything you have said to us. Kraków presently is at this very early stage in comparison to your working systems. We know that we want to build the metro. We have the strong political support, and the decision was made. We will build the metro. And we know where the metro should go. So these steps we have already done. The most important issue is also that the city is continuously preparing for this investment, is developing the unit inside the structure of the authority. And this unit is also growing, is collecting the data, the information. They take part in conferences. So I remember that from Czech, you have mentioned that this is very weak point of the process, that the staff is not well prepared. Could you please tell us a few words about it? How important it is to have officers working in the city, that they have to be aware of all difficulties that will appear during the investment process?
I think one of the main reasons why this actually happened in Prague is because for a long time there was no project finished. So the staff inside the company, they didn't have such work for a long time. And then after many years, this big project came up. But many of the people that had experience with this from the past, they were already going into retirement or they left the company. And there was, for many years, I think, not enough collaboration with like universities or with the officials for the city authority, that we actually need to keep up personnel for such projects. And now it is becoming clear that we need to hire more people, but it's first reason is that it's too late. The project is already being delivered, and we are fighting with time. And the other problem is that there is simply not enough people, even on the universities. You know, the rail projects and, for example, rolling stock construction or railway in general is not a very popularized field in universities lately. And there is like just a few people every year going out of the university. So there is nowhere to look for young engineers to work on such projects.
Okay, how deep you are going into the in-house solution in the authority, the city authority? Do you prefer it or rather prefer the companies from outside?
I would say we go with a combination, but I would say it's better to seek for the supplier to do most of the work, because and it's hard for the city to pay the employees sufficient money, because it's a city-owned company, so they cannot really match the salaries of privately owned companies. So I would say it's better to outsource as much of the work as possible.
Okay, Andrea, in Italy, in Milan, you have different approach. You have your own company who is working for the city, also developing other system of metro in the world. How it works?
Correct, yeah. Well, actually, linking to what he was saying, of course, in our case, the story is a little bit different, because when we had to face this decision, whether or not having it in-house or outsourced, it was, 70 years ago. Actually, we started thinking about the metro after the Second World War, so the society and the situation in general was much simpler than today. So the decision to having everything in-house was dictated by the era. Then nowadays, of course, we have matured the experience and the expertise in order to keep on this process, and even sell know-how abroad. But I mentioned that our company, we are planners, but we're not constructors. So in any case, we're just postponing the fact. I would say that in the end, what you say is, but the best answer would be the combination of the two. It's still valid nowadays, because even in our case, for example, we plan everything, but for construction, sometimes we need the consultancy of an expert for specific issues, for example, like dealing with very high water tap, which is a recent process, or other things like this. So I guess that the combination of expertise is always the best solution.
Okay, Tomasz have also mentioned about salaries in this company. What about in your case? Not about your salary, about salaries in the company. No, not your salary. The salaries company belong to city.
It's not a mystery, of course. I mean, our companies nowadays, even if we are owned by the municipality, we are independent in some way. I mean, we guarantee good salaries enough. And I can tell you this. Thanks to the internationalization process, the fact that now we're following call for tenders in the Middle East, in Israel, in India, it's letting us to hire people all over the world. In this moment I'm speaking here, of course, most of my colleagues, like me, is based in Milan, even if we travel, but we have new employees in Dubai, we have new employees in India, we have something like 100 young Indian engineers working for MMSPA in different contexts. So becoming somehow multinational from this point of view, it's an advantage, because with different conditions you can guarantee in any case a high quality of engineering in different contexts. So if it's too expensive having too many employees in Milan, you can diversify in other areas of the world. But in any case, I'm not saying that they're all very well paid everywhere.
Okay, thank you for this business tip. Spiros, I was a dozen or so years ago in Thessaloniki as an external expert. I was working with your company on the planning process of the metro. And I remember at that time that it was a very strong discussion about location of stations and a lot of discussion about historical aspects. You have mentioned about it. Could you tell us what was the perception of the residents of this process at the very early stage? So we are talking about the metro. People don't understand what will happen on the street when we will start the construction site. So at the beginning was, I think, very enthusiastic. But then you have started the development, the construction. You close the street, you close the intersection, and it was not so nice for them. How was it?
Can you hear me? Yes. Well, a metro system is a mixed blessing. It's a blessing when it finishes, and it's a curse during the construction. So everyone needs to minimize the construction time as sooner as possible, and also the cost is an important factor. I don't know if, I hope you did find the funding for a metro of 28 kilometers, which will cost, in my opinion, more than 2 billion euros. So congratulations if you found 4. Congratulations, very, very...
We didn't have this money. I'm not working for the university. I think the mayor has to do it.
The second surprise for me is that a municipality can build the metro. Maybe a mayor is very strong here, has a metropolitan responsibilities and duties, but in my country, it's the ministry that builds, creating an organization which is called Hellenic Metro. They build usually metro in Athens. Every 10 kilometers in Athens, they correspond to 1 kilometer in Thessaloniki. That's the rhythm of constructing. Of course, Athens is the capital, and it's a very vivid and noisy town, so construction is not affecting very much. And I'm surprised and questioning how this quiet, traditional, very well maintained, not medieval, but the atmosphere here is so viable, sustainable, that can support and suffer a long time period of construction works with iron walls that in our case, created a lot of economic problems to enterprises during the line of construction. So about 20 years of a despair for commercial shops and housing during the construction that delayed a lot. So since it was delaying and delaying, Thessaloniki's Metro was a trauma for us, the citizens, because it became a joke. Thessaloniki's Metro was the best joke to laugh all over Greece, and if you were looking at something that's not impossible to finish, they were saying, oh, it's like the Thessaloniki's Metro. But finally, as by surprise, it ended up beautiful and useful. It took off 15% of just one line of the traffic. Traffic runs more smoothly now, and the ticket is the cheapest because it's a public. I don't agree with that. You must pay something for public transport. It should not lose money all the time. It's 0.60 of euro, 60 cents of Europe, the ticket, a flat ticket, which is nothing. I mean, it's better to have it free instead, because it's. I don't agree at all. I think it will be made at least €1 to understand that you support something, because we should support public transportation. So all the time, no one believed, I'm answering the question after the general introduction, nobody believed that this metro of Thessaloniki will finish. It finished, and now it changes mentality. It produces a new space, urban space, underground but urban space, and it changes habits. people use it more and more, and they're very happy about it, and they protect it until now, and we're looking forward to the future lines.
Have you had at that time, in the early stage, a strong opposition from the inhabitants, from the residents?
Well, there was an academic and theoretical opposition from technocrats. We were in favor of the tramway system because we had it before, and because the archaeologists came very early, in the early phases of design, and were saying that don't dig in this Egnatia Street, change maybe another route, because there we will find this and that and the other important, as I showed you before. So we knew, but they insisted in doing that. Sometimes in Greece, economic interest and experience, technical experience, knows more how to build tunnels. They knew it from the highways. They also underground tunnels. They think that a tramway system is a cheap, second-hand, a second-level means of transport, which is not true, in fact. And since Athens built the metro, then Thessaloniki people said, we deserve a metro too. So we wanted to have a metro like Athens, but at the same time we suffered a lot, as I told you. Now things are much better, and they are waiting to see the second line, which finishes this year, and probably the west extension to the western parts of the city.
I'm smiling because we are telling the
when
same
you were in
thing.
Thessaloniki.
Warsaw has a metro system, Kraków also has to have it. So it's exactly the same. But you didn't give me the answer for the question. What about the residents? Was there a big discussion between them?
No, they were just joking. Just joking, and they thought that would never end.
Okay.
Except those that were suffered economically during the construction because of these sheet iron walls.
Okay.
And they closed the shops and they had economic sequences.
During your presentation, you showed us how you opened the archaeological findings to the public. How was the cooperation between archaeologists, architects, engineers? How was it during the investment process?
Archaeologists were very happy about the project, as you saw. They worked a lot. They found space because they're very strong, as I told you. The archaeological law is the most important and the strict law in Greece. This came from Athens, Acropolis, and all the findings in Athens are classical. They have an extreme value of a heritage. So Thessaloniki followed that, and they were very experienced architects that could move antiquities, could move, as we saw in Thessaloniki. They moved 90% of it, and they brought it back almost untouched and genuine, because we were afraid that those that will come back as a scenic of a theater, scenic that would be just picturesque and not the original and the genuine space of the Roman years. So we're very satisfied now. It's a visiting place for tourists to see how the new metro and the history of the city coincided. And it's an open school for students and experts of archaeology to see, and also technicians, in order to see how you can support and keep the archaeological site into a lived and vivid city.
Okay, the effect is really magnificent. It's really worth to go there and see.
We will be in touch anyway, I hope, Thessaloniki and Krakow, so we'll be happy to travel with, well, I'm not sure if I will.
Okay. Martin, you have showed us a very good technical presentation about details, how you built the metro in Vienna. But you have also showed the picture of Stephanplatz and the construction site, but it was in 50s, 40s?
In the 70s, yes.
70s, yeah. So it was many years ago. Do you think if it would be possible to have it right now? If you say we have to today do this construction site on the Stephanplatz, the most important for Austrian place?
Do you mean in Krakow or in Vienna?
I'm asking about your.
In Vienna?
Yeah.
Impossible. But I don't know Krakow, if it's possible there.
I rather expected that you would say, yes, it would be possible.
You're very welcome. Yeah. I guess, in my opinion, the building and the construction has developed. And as we have learned in Milan, there are other solutions, and I guess it's not necessary today. But it comes to different aspects. In my opinion, I've talked with my colleague from Vienna and Milan in the break, because in Vienna was also the discussion about a large diameter TBM tunneling. But there are a few options you have to think about. You have the operating unit for the Vienna Metro system wants to go around each station. So we'd like to have, if there is a broken train in one station, we'd like to go around it and not have the whole line closed, which makes it necessary to have a very flexible train and rail concept. And this requires, I think, this method like we did it and we do it in Vienna. And back to the question, is it necessary to open it that large? No, I guess it's not necessary anymore. There are other techniques to do it. And as told, maybe 2 large holes in an area where it's not that's frightening for the people. It's okay to build it, and the station tunnels are going like the Austrian tunneling method, maybe.
Okay, when you are under construction in Vienna, what about inhabitants, about residents? Do they understand that they have to be, they have to live in the area with a lot of limitations, or they are against, we don't want to have it?
Oh yeah, they have to, yeah. They have to commit to the project because they can't move. Vienna tries to communicate very openly and transparently. So the people are informed early, and we got a guy. It's called Kretzelbetreuer. It's a German word for a guy running around the areas in a yellow jacket and is here for questioning. And often it's key to let the people know why is it loud, why it's vibrating, and give them perspective when it's over, when it's done. I have to go through 6 months rough and noisy building construction work, but afterwards it's going to be less, and afterwards, after a couple of years, it's done. And I guess the perspective and the transparent communication is key to get the people into the project.
Okay, Gregor, question to you. You showed us a planning process for the new line in Vienna, from network analysis to the construction site. How do you communicate this process to residents? Is it necessary for your work, or you think, okay, it's another unit, they have to work on it, I'm dealing only with the planning process?
Yeah, one thing is that the metro is very positive in the public. The comments, like with tram projects, it's much more difficult, but everyone knows the metro and everyone knows that there are big constructions, but it's useful for the city. Everyone knows this, and we have for 50 years now, from the 70s beginning, constant somewhere in the city a metro construction site. So a lot of people know this, and it's not so new for them. So I think there's a expectation that it's more positive, like a motorway or something like this, where would be much more difficult. That's a key advantage of the metro constructing. But of course, we have now this problem with the parks, that we need the parks to build these metros in the dense areas. And of course, we are on a very low-level communication at the moment. So we say the metro is very good, and it's a long project, and it's a climate project. But what we will really do in these parks, it's not communicated openly at the moment, and there's some annoyance about this. But if we really start the constructing, then the Wiener Linien come and really to the close around. But in this phase before, we drew a little bit down our communication because it's really not helpful, I have to say.
Okay, and this planning process you showed us, I'm sure that in your country you have also problems with bureaucracy. On which level, which part of this process you expect or you achieved the problem with bureaucracy, the biggest problem?
Yeah, we have this 50-50 budgeting that the federal state has to make 50% and 50% comes from the city. So that's the big discussion point at the moment, that the costs go up, and we have to convince the federal partners, the finance ministry, to give us, to stick to this agreement that they pay not only their part, but the additional now with the cost risings in the recent years. That's the biggest problem. I think the whole tendering, and we had some problems, but it was not that costly, and we had no environmental impact analysis. That was a big advantage. We tried to avoid this, and we were lucky to convince the authorities that it's possible. So it was not so bad at this project. It's more now the costs that's the problem at the moment.
Okay, thank you. Szymon, a question to you. In Krakow, we have planned the line. We know where we have the station. We know where, more or less, it should be constructed. From your experience, how high is the risk that we have to, in the future, move the station or move the line because of technical constraints?
I think there was one of the presenters was talking about the complexities and the 70s approach, if you like, where you allowed to dig a hole and close the roads and limit the access. From what I can see in the industry in general, we more and more often move to a mode with trying to get the contractors involved in projects quite early. So this early contractor involvement approach, where we have the opportunity to present the more or less fixed plans and allow them to come into the discussion and give their points on what are the difficulties around the construction access and limitations. And I think if I could just quickly outline the sort of 3 stages of the delivery of a project like that, where you have the definition phase, where you are right now as the city, and then there is the next phase, which is procurement phase, where you're really going out to the market to understand who's interested and how mature the market is to deliver a project like that in Krakow. And then the actual delivery phase, when you actually build things. So if you leave everything till the very last phase of delivery, then you're asking for a lot of trouble, because you already made a lot of decisions that impact the future and such that you'll be open to delays, claims, legal battles, and so on. I think the definition phase is the time where you can focus on gathering all the information and doing all the necessary surveys, investigations, and so on, like some of the colleagues talked about as well, so geologists and what have you. There's an array of underground services that you have to deal with, so not reducing the importance of the archaeological findings, but anything to do with power, water, gas, mains, and so on. It's a big, complex project, often for the relocation that is needed to happen before the construction. So what I would say is that it's not a project that you see as a Metro One project. It's really a program of different projects that you have to understand how they fit all in together and which are dependent on each other. And when you highlight this and you identify that in a matrix, like you had, it's just a really visual, easy way to communicate to everyone that certain things that you are making decisions today will have significant impact in 5 years' time, and you will not know that unless you have the people that are going to do something about it in 5 years' time involved in the process. So, yeah, I'd say that we face a lot of issues with, and I worked on the client side for metro projects like the project in Melbourne, but I also work on a dark side for the contractors. So I know where the conflicts are likely to arise and how quickly it can impact the program and the delays of the delivery. So.
Okay, what about challenges from your experience?
Challenges. I think it's nothing new really, but it's communication. It's the clear understanding of each organization's responsibilities, a line of communication and decision making. I think in the early phases, that's the biggest challenge. So if there is an archaeological team and environmental team and whoever else is involved, they all have to get into one room and discuss it. And they have to present their view on what is the level of different criteria they have to go through within their own organizations. So there's no surprise to then others that, oh, I didn't know that you need to do that. I think it's very important that everyone's aware of, well, these are my process or our processes of the organization that we have to follow. And like one of the colleagues said, it's you have to accept that certain things you will not change. Okay, you know, trees. I don't believe that you can construct a metro project in a urban environment without cutting some trees, but there is a way to go about it. You don't have to be, you know, almost like a dragon-driven race who's going to kill as many trees as I can to build it as fast as possible. So I think communication is the key, early discussions and engagement, talking to the public. What we do often on projects, we engage very early with the public to explain to them what the impacts are likely to be, for how long. And we talk about mitigation measures, and you have to come prepared to the discussion with a range of contingency measures in place. Because it's easy to say, oh, I'm going to block your shop for 2 years. Then, you know, that person's out of business. But if you present that in a way that you really give a strong evidence that you can manage that hassle for him, for her, and they can still maintain the access and maintain the business, and you have to sell your project to the public, and you say that, well, okay, there will be a trouble for a couple of years or 3 years, but then your property will be just at the doorsteps of the new metro station, and you're going to have a lot of business coming in the future. So, again, it's just communication, really. I think it's so often that we talk about it, but so often we miss the importance of doing this as early as possible.
You are working worldwide in many countries and continents. Do you see the difference between, I don't know, Melbourne or other countries in designing process, in a construction process?
Yeah, absolutely, definitely. I think it's a combination of number of factors. So maturity of organization that is developing a project like that is important aspect. So colleagues here, some of the cities like Milan's been building metro from 60s. So maturity of the organization that it's amazing. Like, you've got a great experience. You've done a lot of projects. You've learned a lot with all the mistakes that you've done along the way or challenges that you faced. So if you come to the market with a very mature market, with a mature client, then it's much easier because you have a good reference to start with, and there's lots of things that you don't have to worry about anymore because they're already in place. But if you come to the new markets where metro is not as an example, we have been involved in a project in Canada where there isn't that much of knowledge as yet, and the client is less mature. And that is where you really have to spend a lot of time in this definition phase. So the first stage of developing the project, where you have to get all the points connected and all the right people in place for the early discussions. So that's on the sort of design aspects. The engineering side of things, I don't think it's, obviously you have to comply with different codes in different places and things like that. But from an engineering point of view, that's not really an issue. It's most of the engineering teams that you have in the world today working, they're very capable and they're very skilled up. So and you've got teams in Far East and you've got teams in Europe. So it's not I don't see that as a problem. Construction, it's very much the approach to construction. So if the team is very experienced in working with urban environments, then obviously that's the one that you probably want to select. And health and safety, big aspect, and the environmental aspects, and more we come into the challenge of the carbon footprint and the constraints that we have to work with. So I would say that a lot of the mature contractors, tunneling builders, that's the kind of the crowd that you have to entertain with talking to as early as possible as well on a project like this. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Gregor, when you had the presentation, you showed us many approaches to the location of a line because of the treasury, because of the hospital, of the university. I have the feeling that it was NIMP, not in my backyard approach. Was it real NIMP, or maybe it was just the truth? It was you had to do it. You had to move the line.
Yes, of course. Everyone, the institutions that have institutional power, like a university, they are more. So I didn't talk about the private houses because we didn't talk with them. I said, okay, if we need your house, we don't ask you for this because otherwise it would be really impossible to do this. Of course, it's very strong, and it's from the economical side. If you have a construction site 8 years before in front of your door and you can avoid to have this, okay, you will use your power if you can. So it's quite clear to have these players that they are working with this, or that they try, okay, if the metro comes, maybe they build me a new entrance building or a renovation. Of course, you can't avoid this. Yeah, but I think you have to be on your line. You think, okay, we want to go there and we have to find a solution. So on some points you can say, okay, if it's the national bank, then say, okay, yeah, we don't want your plans, keep it. And but on other sides you have to say, okay, yes, you say it's impossible. It's one point with our geologists that always say it's impossible to go here. And other sides, of course, the creeks and the canals and underground are also very difficult. And we say, yeah, but we have to go here now with the metro, and you have to find another solution. If you just say at the beginning it's a no-go, and of course it's a game who has the stronger power. It's like this.
Okay, Andrea, let's go to Italy, to Milan. When you are designing a new line, do you have a strong opposition from the inhabitants in Milan?
Well, in general, let's say this. In general, there's a very strong approval to the metro lines. Everybody wants it. On the opposite, the fact that we create this problem because people, they do want so much the metro that they simply refuse anything else. So in the case that there's a specific urban context in which an LRT would be totally enough in terms of cost-benefit analysis, then people are starting complaining. They say, why do you have to steal my space in the public road, which is osmotic, you know, it's public, it's not yours. I mean, it's everybody's. But they say, you have to take my space instead of building a metro. Now, of course, many people ignore the fact that the metro is 10 to 12 times more expensive in terms of cost per kilometer. This is the main obstacle. So everybody wants the metro. Nobody wants, to invest money on the railway industry and suburban lines in general, because that's not a problem belonging to the management of the national railways. People don't trust them that much because, honestly, the parameters of operative systems, they're not higher like the ones of metro. It doesn't have to be like this. It doesn't have to be like this. I can quote a city in which I haven't worked, so I'm not advertising myself, like Munich in Germany. We have Schnellbahn railway lines and U-Bahn metros. For a person who's not into the business like us, they're undistinguishable. They pretty much working perfectly in the same way, and also citizens do not care about. The case of Italy is not always the same. Unfortunately, local railways, they don't have the same efficiency of metro, and people tend to remember it. It's the right to it. In terms of building sites, of course, then we have problems in the sense that, of course, you have noise, you have temporary occupation, you have to expropriate some properties sometimes. But in general, I've never witnessed a situation in which the majority of citizens were against the metro. What's happening, especially in the metro area, is that as well as they protest about LRT, they protest about having a metro elevated or at grade, which is not the case of Krakow, of course, because this is the first line which is crossing the center. But then, as soon as the network is developing, we're reaching out in the metro area. There are several branches in which it's convenient having it at grade or in viaduct. And in that moment, the protest starts. They don't say don't build it, but they say build it underground.
On your presentation, you showed us a picture with a very shallow tunnel with a jet grounding process in construction. What about vibration? If you have very shallow tunnels, the vibration of the train moving on it goes to the building over the line.
Yeah, they do, but they're kept under control by several other technological issues, like, for example, the track work. We have, perfectionated all over the years the track work, especially where you have the problem of vibration. To give you an example, in Milan we have this theater, the Scala Theater, which I'm not saying this, many people say it's the most important of the world. And most of them are from Milan, of course, but okay, trust me, it's a very important theater. The Scala, this the home theater of Verdi and everything. A Metro Line 3 is passing really close underground to this theater. And in that specific segment, it's a double story. It's two tunnels, they're just one above each other, and they're getting very close. In that case, of course, the standard vibration admitted in normal urban context, even if dense, was not enough. We have to be sure that, and by the way, the theater has just been renovated, so it's still very used. We solved the problem with a very specific kind of track work, which was, of course, more expensive in terms of cost per kilometer than regular track work, and a very massive consolidation all around the tunnel, creating just like a cement bubble which is enveloping completely the tunnel. And I can guarantee you that if you come for the prima of the Scala, you will not notice this tiniest vibration. Of course, this solution has a cost, but it has to be applied in very specific contexts, such as the Scala is the most famous example, but also the one you quoted, in which this huge tunnel is very close to big buildings. Also, in that case, more massive consolidation and specifically studied track work have been put in place.
Okay, it's another very strong support from technical approach. It means that from technical point of view, we can solve almost every problem, even if we have a shallow tunnels, if we have a Scala over there. So it's very good. Tomasz, the question about tenders. I was really afraid about the tenders. You told us that 3 years was the tendering process taking part because of the protests of company. How was it? Is it a problem of only a metro system in Prague, or maybe it is a common approach in tendering in Czech?
I would say it's common in Czech. Maybe another good example is highways. I can see that in Poland you have built many kilometers of highways. You are like a good example for us because in Czech Republic the situation is similar to metro. It takes too long time and the price goes up. And this time in our project in metro, it's the case that we set up a criteria that was quite strict. But then we, as the tenderer, we have to check if this criteria was met. And sometimes it is very complicated to be sure that the companies are not lying to you. The criteria is complicated. We want like a good experience from similar projects and experienced workers. And checking if everything that the companies told you is true,
it takes a lot of time, and sometimes it's also complicated to find the truth. And it was the case with the tunnel building tender that I talked about, that the company that lost the tender pointed out that we falsely evaluated the qualification of the winner. And it took 2 years for the courts and the offices to solve this problem. And luckily we can now go on, but this delay, it cost us a lot of headaches with our project for the technology delivery. Now the suppliers that we are having discussions with, they are afraid that such delays will go on with the next sections of the tunnel construction, and they don't know if the project will be successfully finished and in which year.
Okay, unfortunately, the investment process is very long-lasting. And I wrote that you start with your line in 2013, and now is 2026, so it's 13 years, so it's quite a lot of time.
It took a lot of time to find the finances for it. That was the first problem, and then the geological parameters of the soil in the place where we started were very complicated. So we used the new Austrian tunneling method, but our speed was 1 meter per day because it was very complicated. I'm no expert in geology, but from what I understood, the layers were changing very often, so they had to adapt to this, and it was extremely strong. And we can use the tunnel boring machines only in the further part, so they haven't even started yet. So this caused another delay.
Okay, Martin, could you tell us a bit about drilling, about TBM, about different Austrian way of working? How important are the geological survey? How important are the data collected for designing process?
As it comes to drilling in the city, I think the most interesting for the people living there is the settlement. And the settlement is, with a TBM advance, much lesser than any other option for drilling tunnels. So this should be always key, and the first solution if possible. The drilling in Vienna, we got now the second situation where we got a TBM advance. Before it was just the new Austrian tunneling method. And in the 70s, in the 80s, and even if the 90s, the measuring wasn't that intense like it is today. So the people saw the cracks in the buildings, but the metro system measured only 20 millimeters. But when I see it from the perspective from today, we measure from the beginning, very beginning. Even if we start with the electricity replacement and the water replacement, making the places free for the shafts, then we start the measuring of the houses, and it goes on over the water management and the drilling and everything, and it combines, and it gets more and more. And if you see those figures, sometimes it's getting, you can get a little bit nervous. Compared to TBM advance, there is single-digit figures in settlements, and this is really. It gives you safety to design a line along even sensitive buildings, and that makes it possible to go in sections even if it's sensitive above.
Do you have a lot of complaints from the residents about scratches on the buildings during the process, the drilling process? No?
Actually not. We do measurements right along the advance, stay within 20 meters of the TBM, and the measurements on the surface is you can measure it, but you can't feel it.
Yes, it's very important because in Krakow we have a lot of people who are afraid of what would happen during the during the drilling process.
But to be honest, we had one problem in recent years. It is this Wien, the creek, the Wien River, where we had a high water 2 years ago, a very high water that came into our construction. And in this area, we have somehow untold problem with the settling of the houses. But it's only for one block. It's about 5 or 6 houses that really have more than the normal centimeters.
Yeah, the time in the presentation was too short because I always like to show what can go wrong, and that's gonna happen, and for sure.
Tell us something.
As Gregor told, there was a flooding, and it went. It was 1,000 years high water, and so it came over the construction site and filled up an almost finished station tunnel, 9 meters. So the whole drilling equipment, people got evacuated quickly, but all the stuff was completely broken and has to be replaced, and that puts you back 3 months in a minute. And this is gonna happen.
It's gonna happen. I would like to ask you about autonomous trains, Spiros. In your system, you don't have driver. First question: how residents evaluate this solution? Because normally we are traveling with the driver. Here, you have to, for the first time, enter the train, and you have no driver inside. Did they feel a fear? They were afraid of traveling?
A little surprise, yes, because at least you were expecting someone there just to watch around, but everything is televised and cameras are everywhere, and automation is so advanced that it creates other kind of problems. For example, if a little detail doesn't work properly in a door or somewhere, the whole system stops and does not have the flexibility to eliminate the small problem in order to and leave the rest of the system working. So it's one line, of course, until now. So the whole line stops in order to see what's the problem and restore it. So we have the first year of operation, we had we call it child diseases from the the freshness of the system and the full automation that creates total stop. We had 2 or 3 times of evacuating, which is as far as communication is concerned and opposition is concerned, because there is a political opposition against the government that always is waiting for, I don't know if it's this populistic approach is everywhere, but in Greece there is this, they are looking for a default, a small detail in order to make opposition to the government. So it was not nice to see people leaving the trains into a tunnel and going out from an exit, an emergency exit within the tunnel, which was used against the system and the government overall. But we used to that, we were proud that this is a very advanced system, automation, and although you are looking to see who's driving, there's no one there, and it's not the problem. Also, safety is not a problem. If I may say, a few traffic problems that may occur, it's not to forget to solve parking problems at the edges, especially, where park and ride should definitely assist the increase of commuters moving from the private bus, from the private car to the metro, because people are coming outside Thessaloniki to the end of the line and they don't find the parking space, so they continue to the city center as they did before. And it's strange that nobody also in Athens, they built very quickly the metro system during the Olympic Games, and they did not prepare big underground or overground parking lots to the peripheral stops in order for people to make park and ride and go elsewhere. And finally, we should remember that what we gain from metro is to save public space. Of course, we have plenty of public space here compared to Thessaloniki. We have very narrow streets. You remember also in Athens, very big buildings with lack of public space. So every private car that is eliminated from traffic because of metro should gain from for pedestrian, bicyclists, and so on, in order not to allow more cars to circulate on the street, because metro is moving people underground. I'm not against it, it's nice, but it leaves open space for cars. So compared to tramway, which covers, demands, and gets space for itself against cars. And if you see a tramway going quickly, then you leave your car on the surface, you see it in front of you. So we must gain two things: parking spaces and lots in the edges, and save and gain back public space that is missing from many big cities.
Okay. Thank you. Andrea, in Milan, you have M4 fully automated, and other lines are traditional with the driver.
M5 too is fully automated.
Yeah, and how residents are assessing it? They are happy because they have
extremely
automated.
Happy.
Yeah.
That I can witness actually. It's one of the situations in which the general consciousness of people have been more advanced than legal framework. Automation in Italy, it's kind of, now it's a happy ending story, but it's a sad story because we were ready in MM, my company, to start fully automation in the 80s. Metro Line 3, as you properly said, it's still a traditional one like the first two lines, but it was ready to be fully automated already in the 80s. Unfortunately, the Italian legislation say that a public vehicle transporting passengers has to be conducted by a person. So it was not possible to complete. M3 was built that basically the conductor is called, sorry for these conductors, but it's called dead conductor because all what he has to do is just open and close doors. The system is going by itself. Like they say also planes nowadays have something working like this. It was not possible to change it into a fully automated system due to the legislation. Finally, with the Winter Olympic 2006, the first automated metro line in Italy, which is in Turin, but in any case we worked that line 2 was launched. And actually people, they didn't have the minimum fear or risk, or risk feeling, in using it. At the contrary, they were even excited about it. And I can tell you this, that especially for families using the metro, it's a very nice experience because in general, they put all the children in the front seats, you have this glass and you see the tunnel coming towards you and you see these children simulating they're driving a train. They're really having fun, but also adults sometimes, they notice it's like remarkable things. So thank God now it has been fully accepted, and I guess it's a destiny that all the lines in the future would be driverless also for a region of scale economy. And this story, it's I think it's worth for you as well because it's indicating how we should be ready to accept innovation. In Italy, we haven't been. We were ready. We were technically ready in the 80s, but legislation, bureaucracy was not ready. In that case, we lost 2 decades to the French. The French, they developed the automation at the same speed of us, but they've been quicker, much quicker of us in accepting it legally. They gained 2 decades of advantages. And if we had to prepare a cost-benefit analysis, you would say how many billions they saved due to this. So be ready to accept innovation, you won't regret it.
Be open-minded.
Yeah, thinking out of the box.
Szymon, how the automation process looks like in the world from your perspective? Is it the future, the real future?
Absolutely. Yeah, I think it's it's so funny you say that you were ready in 80s. I think a lot of the systems were ready in 70s and 80s to be fully automated, and because of the legal frameworks or opposition of the working groups within different organizations, that they had this person opening the door, and just the feeling of it, that someone's in a train. Most of the new projects that we've been involved at this stage, they all fully automated. I don't think it's a fail-safe systems that are introduced into the metro. That there's, it's not just this number of layers of checks. It's super efficient. There's still, I think the misconception is that there's no one looking at your trains anymore. I mean, there's still a head of command. There's still a control room with someone overseeing the network. So, you are still being looked after. But I totally agree with the approach that it should be. And I think we've got technology. People are getting used to it. The efficiency of the systems. I mean, the projects, like some of the work they've done in Hong Kong, trains are leaving the station in less than 2 minutes in peak time. So, and they take on 300 plus passengers on board. So I don't think it's a problem anymore. I really don't. I think that we as a consultancy, businesses around are speaking more and more to suppliers to understand what are the best systems that we need to start thinking from day one. That's all. That's the direction.
Okay. Tomasz, the question about life cycle approach. You showed us how you are dealing with the whole process, from the planning till the using it. Could you tell us about it a bit more about it? How is it a common approach in Czech, or maybe it is a new idea in a new investment?
I would say it's not yet a common approach, but we were, I would say, pioneers of this approach in the 2000s when, as I mentioned, in year 2009, we began to have maintenance of all our trains under full service with the manufacturers. Before that, we had what we call the charter rail, where you do the maintenance by your workers, but the supplier and manufacturer is responsible for all the spare parts and the maintenance plan. But then it was decided that it's better to go with a full service agreement because the technology is getting more and more complicated and sophisticated, and we as an operator simply do not have enough knowledge to maintain these very complicated systems. So we plan to go on with this approach with this new GOA4 system as well, and we will do the same with the platform screen doors because, again, we as an operator, we do not have platform screen doors in our metro system now, so we don't have any people to maintain them. So we will go with a full service agreement for platform screen doors as well, under the same big contract, where the supplier is basically responsible for the maintenance of the system for its entire life cycle. It's for trains, that's 35 years in our case. For the signaling and platform screen doors, it's 25 years. We are still have not yet decided the approach to maintenance of our signaling, the CBTC, automatic train control system. Probably we will go the way of charter rail, where we will keep the maintenance guys inside our company, but we will move the responsibility of the spare parts for the entire life cycle of 25 years to the supplier of the system.
Okay. We are very close to the end, and the last question to all of you. Could you give us a hint, a tip for Kraków Metro? From your perspective, your experience, after all you have seen, after everything you have seen today and here, what we can get from you?
I'd like to start. I think it would be a good idea to tell the people you start the progress, and it's not we're building an underground system and it's finished in 7 years. It's a transfer to modern mobility, and it's a process you're gonna start now, and it takes time, and it's not gonna be finished in 5 years. It's a process.
Okay.
I would like to wish good luck, first of all.
Thank you very much.
And patience, and as was said before, to be sincere with people, not to promise too much as far as time is concerned, because it's a difficult issue, but it's worthwhile trying, and finally finishing it. Next time I'm come, I hope I will see the
station.
The station, not the station. Sorry, I won't travel, but the progress.
Thank
you very much.
Yeah, I would say look at the budget and have a really good plan. You have cost risings, of course you will have to, and who will cope for this? If you have a budget agreement with the federal state or something like this, that you really have a good agreement that lasts for about 10 years of construction.
Okay, thank you. Tomasz.
I'd say also to wish you good luck with the GOA4 system. It's complicated, but I think it's worth it. And start discussions early with the railway authorities and with the safety assessors. And I think you will be able to reach the desired goal.
Okay, Andrea.
Well, as I said in my presentation, such a complex project does not an easy way out, so always favor a multi-criteria approach. Don't think there's only one solution and you should get mad in finding it. There are probably several best solutions, and multi-criteria much more than the cost-benefit analysis. Cost-benefit analysis is important, but it's limitative. Multi-criteria is more wide. And apart from this, I just quote your mayor and former president of the United States, yes, you can.
Okay, thank you. Szymon.
Come up with a plan, have some flexibility built into this plan, but follow the plan, attack it at one step at a time. It's a big project, it's a program of projects, not one project. It's lots of projects together. And then just back to communication, speak to everyone so they understand what's coming, because it's a big challenge for the city, but the benefits in the end are amazing. So good luck.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for your presence here, for being here. Thank you for that you came to Kraków and help us, support us in our investment. Thank you for your presence here also. I hope that you enjoy our discussion, and I hope that this time what we'll have right now will be a very good chance for the behind-the-scene talk. Thank you very much.
A ja zgodnie z planem wydarzenia chciałbym Państwa teraz zaprosić na przerwę obiadową.
I would like to invite you to a lunch break. After the break, we will have more speeches. Professor Kadłuczka, Klaudia Stala will be but two of our speakers, and we will also have a debate. Those that you have already seen, as well as
Witam Państwa bardzo serdecznie po tej przerwie obiadowej. Kontynuujemy nasze...
A very warm welcome after the break. Let's continue. This is going to be a Polish block because we have invited Polish experts to speak right now. And there is a change. Klaudia Stała from the Kraków University of Technology will be the first one to speak, rather than second as it was originally intended, and she will discuss issues linked to archaeological heritage. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm an archaeologist by training. As an archaeologist, I would like to talk about how you can protect this heritage when a metro system is being developed. Firstly, a reminder, what is archaeological heritage? What is it that we protect? Because first thing that comes to your mind are artifacts, and rightly so. So you have those vestiges that you can carry and those you cannot. Those that cannot be moved, immovable, are those that need to stay in situ. This is what the rules say. We are talking mostly about architecture here. However, all of these artifacts, all of these items make a part of a broader archaeological and cultural context. So we are talking about certain layers, cultural layers, that also need to be protected. These archaeological layers, the stratigraphy, is also to be protected. Whenever you do groundworks, those layers, the stratigraphy, is the most vulnerable. It is something that cannot be recreated. When you start digging, you are by default going to destroy things, and those layers, the stratigraphy, can never be reconstructed. It's going to be lost forever. And for that reason, archaeologists are so very much fearsome and anxious when it comes to archaeological interventions underground. Now, let me clarify. We do dig, and when we dig, we destroy, but we are methodical about it. We read those layers that provide us with information, and naturally, we document everything. And this information is going to stay when the layers are destroyed. In the year 2000, important document was signed. It was the so-called Kraków Charter, and it stipulates that you need to be as protective as possible and destroy as little as you possibly and feasibly can. A metro system has been developed in European and thus historical cities. It all started at the end of the 19th century, early 20th century. These were mostly capitals. And you've got chock full of historical heritage there. So stations and tunnels were being built, and the first method that was used was basically cut and open. You go down, and along the whole line you would destroy these cultural and archaeological layers. This is the most radical method. Now, we've learned a lot from the past. We know what it looked like. Look at these two old photos that I have prepared for you. One presents Paris. The construction was completed in the year 1900, before the Expo was opened. On the other side, you've got Rome. You can recognize the Colosseum. You can see Constantine the Great's Ark. And you have works that are ongoing, and they are conducted at a very vulnerable place. They are very shallow. Can you see that? And that stems from the technology that was used then. What you do here are regular groundworks, and for that reason these tunnels were not deep at all. It comes as no surprise then that, well, considering what the decision makers and takers knew, considering that basically you had very little or no archaeological works conducted at all, no documentation, and it's all due to the fact that people knew too little. Now, when relics were found, they would be simply taken apart, even if they were of major architectural importance. Now, let's move to the 70s. It's Paris again, Châtelet-Salé, a station. And this was the first case where an important discussion started in the public sphere because people became interested in what is happening to heritage when such works are conducted. People became interested in what happens to this heritage, how it's protected, is it saved, is it protected? People show that they care. Yes, we benefit, but maybe we should care for that heritage and protect it so that we can preserve it for future generations. And there is a question that lurks here. Why there was no balance there? Because yes, you need to modernize cities. You need to basically pursue this noble cause of improving living conditions. But on the other hand, you also need to protect the heritage. And this balance was largely skewed, because a historical fair, decided to be moved out of its old historical context. And here, how the borders, the boundaries of the digworks are basically aligned with the facades. Whatever is packaged is a fountain. A listed fountain, they decided to keep it in situ. But notice, it is completely taken out of stratigraphical context. So today, the concept of in situ is understood completely differently from how it was perceived back then in the 70s. Mind you, technology progresses, and thus new things are possible. You can be less invasive, less instructive in your investment process when you're developing a metro system. It is especially true when it comes to tunnels. Many a time we've heard today a certain type of machines by the previous speakers who are very experienced when it comes to using this experience in historical cities, right? So what is it that you can do? You can choose a certain depth and bore tunnels using special shields at a selected depth, right? But you can actually bore below the cultural layers to protect them. Now, it's not all that easy, right? It's not smooth sailing, all of it, because sometimes you need to cut an open and you need to drill shafts. When that happens, ahead of time, mind you, you need to conduct archaeological digs. Still, it gives you an opportunity to go around the layers. Now, when it comes to those machines, say it has a diameter of 6, or rather the radius of 6 meters, we don't know whether we are going to have a sufficient depth or not. to protect the cultural layers. It will depend on where you bore. Archaeological or archaeo stations are another important and relevant thing. So stations, they need to be built, and they are still built by opening the ground. And mind you, this is when you need to do digs ahead of time. This is when you can make new archaeological discoveries. And you have seen, you have heard that there is this trend to take these mostly immovable vestiges and embed them within a station or a tunnel. Now, let's talk about what they could look like. These are museums of sort, quasi-museums. You've got San Giovanni in Rome in one of the photos. This is very modern design. You've got relics. Some are original, some are copies. Another example is from Milan. We've heard from Milan today. You've got this tunnel that connects M2 and M4 lines. This link has been completed only recently. So digs were conducted at San Ambrogio, a very sensitive cultural site, and medieval relics were discovered, and they were displayed in a special way. So basically there is this transparent layer. As a result, people who walk there can see those vestiges quite well indeed. In other words, we create a kind of a reserve within a metro station, a reserve. And the word reserve means that you are supposed to preserve, to make sure that something survives. This is the priority. But you also wanted to make it visible. Such a reserve needs to meet the requirements that you will have in place in any other archaeo reserve. But here, the situation is kind of special. The people who come here are not only visitors that want to admire history, they are passengers. And another example, Greece, you've got this profile that shows you the whole cultural stratigraphy. It's a history, witness history, as some people call it. We've heard from Vienna, Stephanplatz. There they discovered an important chapel, early Gothic chapel, completely preserved. It survived quite well, and it can be displayed in a special way. It is covered with glass behind doors. This is a regular archaeological reserve, a museum, opening hours, and the people who go there are those that are interested. You can buy a ticket and admire. But you will hardly ever have an opportunity to do it this way, right? And this is quite relevant. When you've got an archaeological station, you will have different kind of people who see it. Some of the people who are there are incidental. They are just passengers, so you need to protect those vestiges, those artifacts very well indeed. Now, coming back to stratigraphy, this context needs to be very well preserved. That's quite important. You want to show the layers, that's one thing, but you also need to preserve the horizontal layers, the horizontal stratigraphy, right? So the thing is, you need to keep the context. You must not sever the links. And there is this Italian architect that participated in the works at San Giovanni's station. You must not have a situation where the relic dies. You need to display it in a context. And another example in Sofia, a huge ancient city that had been growing and developing for a long time up until the Roman times. And another station, there you've got the continuity of the walls. They are part and parcel of the external part of the reserve, but they run all up to the station itself. Here you can see that the layout is quite complicated. You've got those houses, you've got mosaics. This is basically a part of a Roman city, is it not? Now, so archaeological heritage. What is very important here is how you choose the path, how you make alignment. You need in the teams experts who are knowledgeable about all this hidden heritage. You need archaeologists. You need to know how deep those layers are, and it's not a straightforward thing. Many a time people have failed, especially when it comes to the Roman vestiges. Because if you do a poor job of it, you will see that the works will suffer. And you need to choose the right type of drilling and boring. You need to select the right methods. They are there, mind you. You need to also choose the right way to display everything that you have found. But once the reserve is there, you have to keep it in mind. It needs to work the way a regular archaeological reserve would work. The question is, how do you display all that? You should not have a situation where people climb a wall or chip something off and take it as a souvenir. This is not going to be a regular museum, right? Certain movable objects left in situ. You know what happened in Thessaloniki. Certain things were moved and then returned. This is not tantamount to proper preservation in situ. You need to preserve the context. And experts need to have access to all that heritage so that they can do the work. Conditioning needs to be properly fine-tuned. It is by no means straightforward. I don't want to scare you to death here. I don't want to be made... We want you to make anxious about it, but financial issues are important. Who's going to cover the costs? Who's going to manage? You need a proper institution that's going to take care of that. And a few matrices. You have cases from Rome. You've got different lines built at different moments in time. What do you see here? Those new technologies that are there are better at preserving the heritage. Decision makers are more knowledgeable today. The society at large are more knowledgeable. We want the public opinion to be informed and engaged. People know more about these things, and that's good. Here you've got various metro stations that have been developed in the last quarter of a century in the biggest historical cities. Here, you see the stratigraphic context. It's in green. They've been successful. The in situ principle has not been preserved everywhere, even in larger cities where it should be a priority. Now, covering things with glass, this is something that is quite nice looking, but on the other hand, you've got the issue of air conditioning. We're talking about this period 2020-2025. In most cases, they had to introduce changes to the design. So here in Kraków, we need to get in touch with all these experts. Things need to be thought through so that we avoid a situation where you have to change the routes and stop works and so on and so forth. There is all this knowledge, this depth and width of knowledge that we can tap into, and we need to put all this knowledge into a very good use.
Dziękuję bardzo. A teraz o prezentację poproszę.
Thank you very much. And now I'd like to ask Professor Andrzej Kadłuczka, representing the Kraków University of Technology, to take the floor. Thanks to him, we can enjoy a museum under the surface of the main square in Kraków. Ladies and gentlemen, at the outset, I would like to extend my gratitude. I would like to thank you that I have lived enough to be witnessing this discussion on a metro system in Kraków today. We used to dream about the metro in Kraków, and that dream has accompanied us over the years of our work at the university. And I found a document that is perhaps largely forgotten, that dates back to the 1970s. We reflected on the historic center of Kraków, and this is a place that the mayor of Kraków can view day in, day out. This is the All Saints Square. And in the 1990s, fluxes of passengers would cross tram traffic and car traffic, and Professor Wzorek, who was a fan of landscape and municipal landscape protection, attempted at solving a number of issues related to the protection of the urban landscape from the point of view of the geoaesthetics. And at that point in time, a concept of a tunnel was born. Let's say it was the original concept of a future metro in between the Philharmonic building and the Wanda Cinema Theater. And that was a design consulted by the planners and architects in Kraków. It was never completed, but I performed a small exercise based on that very design, and something that I found striking I'd like to share with you. Professor Wzorek's team delineated the red line. This is the axis that is superimposed on a plan that is much younger because it dates back to 20 years later than the design of the tunnel itself. Interestingly enough, the designers found a place to route the tunnel that was located in a historically well-justified place between, well, the modern-day Kraków and its medieval form. So, in fact, it does go to show that we should tap into the existing knowledge so as to be able to search for the best possible scenarios, justifying investment, making sure that the new investment is not in stark conflict with the historical and architectural heritage. So in response to the question asked by the mayor of Kraków, the mayor asked whether there should be a metro system in Kraków. I'd like to present my point of view based on two examples. I selected only two that refer to historic European metropolis, Athens and Rome. Athens and Rome, two historic metropolis where the metro system is in operation. And certainly there have been all sorts of challenges and issues along the way, and we can learn from those lessons. But the final result of their efforts, I believe, is worth praising and admiring. We listened to the presentation delivered by our colleague from Greece. The metro system in Athens is quite modern. The Roman metro system is much older. It dates back to the after-war period, and that route of the metro system actually crossed the Forum Romanum. So let's try to analyze case by case a number of interesting examples. And indeed, political circumstances play a part. Let's take a look at Athens and a palace that was erected in the 1990s. At the time when Athens was getting ready for the Olympic Games. And so at that time, Madam Minister for Culture, Milina Mercouri, a well-known singer, initiated a construction of a hybrid building, including a metro station marked with the red line and a new museum. So there were some political undertones. The famous marble coming from the British Museum was at stake as well. And at some point in time, that design partially failed. Due to the pressure of time, the voice of archaeologists was neglected. But you really need to pay archaeologists a decent sum of money, and you need to come to terms with the fact that their work lasts a long time, but without their approval, nothing can proceed. So Milina Mercouri failed to take that into consideration. Unfortunately, she slipped when neglecting the voice of archaeologists. And the Makriani archaeological area is a very interesting area that was populated even 4,000 years before Christ. In fact, it dates back to Byzantine period. And in a sense, well, the city took that decision believing that it's a good place for a new museum to be erected because it's not a residential area, and the metro station was planned to be located there. There was no collision involved, but the metro station itself was located on a small piece of land with very few archaeological collisions. But the situation of the museum was much less favorable. And it was an international scandal, you might say, because a competition was announced, and it was quite a famous one, well known to us. Italians won the first prize. They won the competition. Passarelli, a very prestigious, well-known, high-profile company, and they received a building permit. And so building works were initiated, and this is what you can see to the right-hand side. This is a historical photo documenting the construction works that were initiated, but very soon it led to a scandal because it turned out that the construction team started digging amidst 5,000-year-old archaeological relics, and that design unfortunately failed because the excavation work was supposed to be carried out quite low underground. And so the metro station was constructed, but the museum was not. Another competition was announced. Bernard Szumi won the new round of the competition. And again, an interesting piece of information for you. When designing the museum, Bernard Szumi had to approve of a grid prepared by the archaeologists, because only archaeologists knew where some of the construction elements could be located. And this is what is shown in the photo. Not to mention the fact that the spatial arrangement was modified, but eventually both the metro station and the museum were erected. You can see the metro station pointed to by the yellow arrow. It adheres to the Mies van der Rohe principle, less is more. So the metro station is nicely hidden. You can hardly see it, which is important because it is only inside the metro station at the different levels of the station. There are 3 levels for users, and museum exhibits were placed on all of the 3 levels of the metro station. It is an archaeological reserve of sorts, you might say. So it is in fact a museum station / museum. And you will also see a similar example in Rome in a minute. So on the individual levels, as you go down, you will see both original archaeological relics found during the excavation works, indicating the history behind that very location. But on top of that, you will also see some additional exhibits. So some of the exhibits are displayed as copies, whereas the original relics are under the management of the British Museum. If you have ever been there, you will see that there are some empty spots in the Ciumi Museum as well, left for the exhibits now under the management of the British Museum. And so Melina Mercouri came up with that concept. That metro station was supposed to enable quick transportation and access of tourists to the very historic center of the city. Melina Mercouri, I believe, was also the initiator behind submitting Athens as a candidate for the European capital of culture. And so you will see how important cultural heritage is. And if an investment is carried out rightly, cultural or archaeological heritage may be a driving force behind the investment. This has already been mentioned today, the line C. I understand that some of the peripheral sections were completed first, and the refurbishment of the old Colosseum metro station was left until later. It is now called Colosseo Fori Imperiali. San Giovanni is another station that was refurbished at a later stage of investment. So that complex of stations is under the management of 2 operators now. One of them is a consortium that ensures technical, functional operation, and the other operator is a museum curator. The museum curator keeps an eye on adherence to heritage protection principles. So for a long period of time, an issue was unresolved. The different flows of traffic had to be reconciled, both car transportation and passenger transportation, and there was a special route delineated on, well, sort of in the middle of the construction site, and the construction teams would carry on their works on both sides of that corridor for passengers and cars. And during the works, Praetorian barracks were excavated, quite an extensive complex of barracks, very well maintained, very well preserved. And due to that finding, the design had to be modified In fact, everything had to be redesigned from scratch, taking into account those archaeological findings, which are now part of the metro stations. And this is the entrance to the Colosseo Fori Imperiali metro station, and underground you will find hundreds of square meters and hundreds of thousands of passers-by, those who can admire the cultural heritage on display. The cultural heritage made available to the contemporary tourists by the joint team of archaeologists and construction workers. So in summary, I'd like to say that we will certainly not find relics dating back to antiquity here in Kraków, but we've had some experience constructing highways in Poland, and we know it very well that such investments often lead to excavating archaeological relics dating back to old settlements. So I am sure that we need to come to terms with such potential findings, and I do hope that the local authorities will manage such situations accordingly. Thank you.
Zapraszamy, panie profesorze, żeby od razu zająć
Professor,
miejsce, dlatego że teraz chcielibyśmy państwa zaprosić na
to take your seat.
panel dyskusyjny.
We're going to have a panel.
Konserwatora zabytków pani Anny Biskupskiej-Sperki.
Anna Biskupska-Sperka.
Pani doktor Dominiki Długosz.
Doktor Dominika Długosz.
Pana profesora Andrzeja Kadłuczki.
Profesor Andrzej Kadłuczka.
Pana profesora doktora habilitowanego Jacka Purchli.
Profesor Jacek Purchla.
I pani doktor habilitowanej Klaudii Stali, profesor techniki krakowskiej.
Professor Klaudia Stala from the Kraków University of Technology.
Pani
Dominika Kuśnierz-Krupa is going to moderate this meeting.
A do udziału jeszcze zapraszamy oczywiście. Już widzę, że jest z nami pana zastępcę prezydenta miasta Krakowa Stanisława Mazura.
Stanisław Mazur, the deputy mayor, is also with us, so sir, please be so kind and join us. Welcome. We have an hour and we are going to talk about a metro system being developed in a UNESCO city. We want this project to be successful, but also not to threaten the cultural heritage, which is the biggest asset of this city and that we are all to protect. This is where we're going to talk with our excellent guests. They represent the academia and the most important institutions from the city of Kraków. The panelists have already been presented, so let me open this discussion. Let's begin.
Chciałabym rozpocząć tą dyskusję od pytania do inicjatorów naszego spotkania.
Firstly,
Panie prezydencie,
Mr. Deputy Mayor, what are the biggest challenges facing Kraków in the context of this particular project? We're talking about a difficult task of developing a metro system in a historical city. Welcome. Good afternoon. The problems are not technological in nature. There are a few major themes that need to be outlined here. Firstly, you need to make sure that the public continues to believe that it's feasible. You have talked to a number of people from different cities. In Vienna, they've stressed that you need to make sure that people continue to believe that it's doable. So we need to communicate well. It's by no means an easy task. Secondly, financing. It's not about how you finance it. It's not about how you gather the money. Well, you have a number of investors, mostly private investors and others. They are willing to pay, but it's about how you manage that. This is something that is very important to us. And thirdly, how to use this historical moment that we are at, how to use it well. And what we do is we have been working on this strategic document that outlines how we want the city to develop. And this metro system is supposed to set the trajectory of the city development. And it is not only about transportation, mind you, it is reaching much further. Also, it is linked to the key document that outlines urban planning. So one, we've got this strategy that we want to adopt. You've got the urban plan, and also it's about social belief that, as hard as it might be, we should succeed. And the third thing is just as important as the first two. Let me follow up on what Professor Kadłuczko said in his presentation. Professor, could the metro system in Kraków be a threat to heritage, to the historical fabric? I'll be straightforward. It depends. We might be pragmatic and cautious at the same time. There are certain rules that tell you how such a project should be carried out. If we are cautious and pragmatic, we might succeed. Now, there's this section in Rome that I've covered in my presentation. There, they had been conducting studies well ahead of time, years before they broke the ground. Our university organized a conference entitled Kraków 2000, I believe. One of the hosts was Professor Mario Docci from La Sapienza, Roman University. This particular expert had used a number of various technical measures, you know, laser, stratigraphy, and so forth. And they used these to study Forum Romanum and Colosseum. So the thing is, when they actually properly started, by then they already knew quite a lot, and that made the work easier. Now, the thing is, in such projects, you need to build it bit by bit. You need to keep in mind that it is going to change. So you need to be ready for changes, and you need money to cover all that. Also, archaeologists are a group of experts that are essentially indispensable. Thessaloniki, Rome, in all these cities, they started their work with archaeology. This was the first step. The thing is, People often ask, when you make this investment, when you pursue this project, are we going to see any added value? You hear that question often. The thing is, when you carry out a project well, you are going to see an added value. I'm not sure if you're going to add any value. What is going to happen is that you're going to regain, to retrieve a certain heritage that's been lost for ages. And this is an opportunity given to you to regain, to retrieve what we've been robbed of by history. Now, I'm approaching, or rather, there is this boring system. Is this system that is currently discussed safe for the historical fabric? Well, from the technical and technological point of view, you see that there is a lot of potential there. You can use it to go around various historical layers. You know, cutting open and drilling are two different approaches. So when you bore rather than drill, you need to choose the depth well. So I cannot vouchsafe for the method because it is largely about how you use the method. You need to design this whole process well. You need to choose the depth well. So the thing is, you've got various layers. Certain layers are chock full with the historical fabric. Others do not have any. To see what is what, first you need to conduct archaeological studies. Yes, we live in the 21st century, but we do not have a technology that would be sufficient not to cut and see, to see where things are. So the thing is, you need to see where, in which part of the city you have certain cultural layers and see how deep they are. And based on that, you can make certain recommendations, but you can always get it wrong. So the sea line in Rome has been mentioned here a number of times. Everybody believed that the depth would be below 15 meters. Now, our thickness is not going to be as thick as you can see in Rome. But the thing is, they assume 15 meters in Rome, and yet there were locations that reached as deep as 20. And ultimately, they had to dig not at 20, but rather 30 meters deep. And that made things more complicated. So what I'm trying to say is you need to work hand in hand with archaeologists. You need to collect information. You need to collect a lot of information before you plan for technological solutions. Sir, what about the regional office for heritage protection? How do you see those things? You are the guardians of this heritage in our region. Yes. We've heard a number of times that it is possible to develop a metro system in historical cities such as Kraków, because we've seen that done in a number of European cities, right? Now, our office needs to make sure that our heritage is secured and safe. We need to protect the heritage and monuments, protect it against construction works. Mind you, what can happen is some buildings might settle, the water table might change, there might be some vibration. So these are all important factors. What we want to focus on is to protect mostly the strict center, and this the outline of old city walls is very relevant in this context. So before any administrative decisions are made, you need to take a number of steps. Archaeological surveys need to take priority, but we will also rely on the opinions of a number of experts, right? We need documents. We need to be assured that any and all construction works are not going to damage and destroy anything major, right? What about the outlines? Well, no recommendations have been issued at this point. There is no ongoing procedure that would allow the office to issue any permit. As of 2019, we have been in talks with the investor. We have seen a number of requests to opinionate certain metro station locations. We have agreed to some, we have some doubts about others. In the years 24-25, we have issued opinions on a number of stations, including one right next to the Bagatella Theatre, and another one close to the Wisława Szymborska Park. Hardly anyone is more knowledgeable about those things than Professor Purchla. So, how do we approach that? What do other UNESCO cities do? Those that already have metro systems. Thank you very much for this question. Well, this is a very good question. You've hit the nail on the head.
Obszarowych wpisów układów urbanistycznych na listę światowego dziedzictwa w Europie 11 metropolii.
I believe that there are 11 metropolies that are on the UNESCO list and have a metro. Now, let us remember that in the case of Warsaw, their city center is moved away from their metro lines. Let's talk about the remaining 10. They are very much different from Kraków. And the Paris Convention will be relevant here and how it is enforced. There are 3 reasons behind that. Firstly, we've got these 10 cities, 10 cases. There, quite often, metro had been developed before a given city was included on the list. Secondly, in almost all these cases, you have metro lines that go below the UNESCO sites. We're talking about a buffer zone here in Kraków. Also, there are special documents that should be adopted by the authorities and notified by the UNESCO Center in Paris. Stanisław Mazur, the deputy mayor, sees the problem, and I believe that works are actually pending to update a document that had been prepared a few years ago. It is a formal requirement, but there is more to it. It's not just about formality. Basically, this document needs to be supplemented because there is this cutoff line of 2005, so some information needs to be added. Also, I have this list that I've prepared for today. I've mentioned 10 cities, right? Some of those cities are huge. Istanbul, St. Petersburg, Rome, and they are quite huge. You can also leave aside Grand Place in Brussels and Budapest. Mind you, and here is interesting, they extended their entry and they included the special rail that was opened back at the end of the 19th century. If you exclude these, you will be left with only 5 cities, which are more similar to Kraków. I've named these 5. Vienna and Napoli are among them, and construction in all these 5 cities started in the 60s and 70s. And Mr. Deputy Mayor, what I could say that the time is quite ripe for us to actually start our works. Let's look at Napoli. There, they started in 1976, but the first line was opened as late as 1993. And only then was the city included on the UNESCO list. Now, Naples is quite special because you have to remember that you have those Greek and Roman traditions there. And I will quote from the management plan there. They focus on 2 things there. One is sustainable development, so that the city is not turned into an open-air museum. They've got this management plan, and there you have a special management office. Those regional authorities set up a special ufficio that is responsible for coordination. Now, in Prague, in their plan, it is not the metro that is a problem. It is how to protect the skyline, the landscape. And in Pankratz and in another neighborhood, you've got the skyscrapers, and these are the biggest issues. Let me stay with Vienna for a while. We've learned quite a lot from Vienna today, and I'm happy to hear that, because for me, it's a textbook example on how a metro can actually be favorable, because you've got Ringstrasse, and that construction actually was very beneficial. So basically, the station there made it possible to take a walk there in the very old historical center, and you will not see any cars at all. And that is very much aligned with what we've heard from Mr. Deputy Mayor today. However, Stephansplatz is a changeover station because line number 3 runs there as well. And I'm sad to say the following. In July 2017, there was a meeting of the UNESCO committee I presided, and I included Vienna. I put it on the list of those sites that were essentially threatened. Now, let me explain. What threatens their OUV are their plans to develop large buildings and skyscrapers in the existing buffer zone. Stadtpark, you know where it is, and in Continental, you know where it is. You know where the ice rink is. They signed a deal with a major developer and they wanted to build high buildings there. And now all that takes me to the following. What threatens our protection and preservation efforts is not our plan to build a metro. Professor Jerzy Hausner teaches at the same university, and he says that there is this collision, there is this clash between the economy of values and the economy of cunning. And that clash is taking place on the surface and not below the ground level. Another question.
Thank you. A question to Ms. Dominika Długosz now. Which material and immaterial heritage values are often neglected when planning investments such as the metro, and how might they be included in the investment process so that architecture is consistent with the identity of the place? Thank you, and thank you for inviting me to participate in this conference. To a large extent, your question has already been answered. But with respect to the location of metro within the historical city fabric and how new metro systems might actually contribute to the promotion of the historical identity, I would say the following. A given location should be a starting point rather than an obstacle or a challenge to be overcome. Both Professor Andrzej Kadłuczka as well as other presenters have already stated it, that early recognition of the possible challenges makes it possible for us to limit mistakes. Archaeological issues are always underestimated, so certainly the design will need to be modified sooner or later. Our city is also organized differently. A historical city is always organized slightly differently than other towns. So some of the metro stations have already been designed to be located in particular venues. But please remember that in the case of a historical city, the problem does not boil down to the drilling of tunnels. We've had ample experience from operators from other countries on how to drill tunnels, but the entrances, the entire infrastructure related to the metro stations offer their own challenges. And there will be some other important elements in the historical cities, including ventilation shafts. And those infrastructure elements will also need to be designed in such a way as to match the historical fabric. So we need to have a team of specialists, including architects, conservators, historians, planners, and at an early stage, at a very early stage, they should sit down together and think of the possible mistakes that may be avoided. We should not think through the prism of transportation logic, but rather through the prism of a historic city logic. We would like to tap into the historical heritage, treating it as an added value rather than just an obstacle in the design process. I agree with you that designing entrances to metro stations will be difficult in Kraków, and my question goes to Professor Kadłuczka. What options can you envisage as of today? Well, I would say that we are reflecting upon a very sensitive issue here, because we're already speaking of creating something new. And whenever we embark on creating something new, we need to take into account the background. Professor Żurawski used to teach us that form is always created against a given background. And creating something new poses a number of challenges. Architecture is an art in itself, and art is subjected to emotions. How we perceive art is also related to emotions. Some people will like it, some people will be highly enthusiastic, but others will not. And unfortunately, we do not have a set of rigid objective criteria. As it happens in this world, children usually do not like the same things that their parents are fond of, and vice versa. So it's quite difficult for me to say what the future metro entrances should look like in terms of their form. And please remember that we will be operating within a protected area, and a protected area comes with its own rights. Some of the zones will be protected more rigidly, and over there you will need to give up on some of your creative ideas. But in other areas, protection is more lenient, is not as strict, and perhaps the creative spirit will come to the fore. Taking into account the experience coming from other operators where similar challenges came into play, and you might think of the metro stations in Athens or right in the center of Rome, right next to the Forum Romanum. Over there, minimalist solutions were proposed, so the less is more principle was adhered to, and it's usually better to do less than more in such locations. And mind you, another issue is that of communication. Some of the elements that will be designed perform a certain function. They will inform the passers-by on the direction to take. So I think, I'm sure there will be a competition that is going to be announced. The formula of a competition, I believe, is a good one because it makes it possible for us to choose from a number of options. And I think this is the best path to follow. But what we should avoid, and especially in the historical center of town, we should avoid infrastructural elements that are overbearing. So where should a central metro station be located? Because we know that it will need to have a central location. Well, I have an idea. On a jocular note, what I can say is certainly not in the main square, for a number of reasons. I remember we discussed it earlier on what sort of a metro system we would like to have in Kraków. And once that is decided upon, but both construction specialists as well as geologists, archaeologists will need to agree upon it. That is, at which level underground the metro system will be constructed. Because if it is constructed below the cultural layer, then everything that applies is the selected technology, making sure that in terms of geology, safety is guaranteed. But the passengers will need to be taken up to the ground. So at some point, you need to cross the cultural layer. And Madam Professor has mentioned it already. We need to make sure that we plan everything well in advance to find the proper locations for the metro stations. And we will do it using different methods, including surveys and other instruments. Professor Wzorek found the best place inside the moat surrounding the historical center of Kraków. So perhaps the former old the old fortifications of Kraków will serve as the right location. We will see. That remains to be examined. Thank you. So let's go back to the archaeological heritage. Madam Professor, in your opinion, how should archaeological relics be exposed, be displayed within the metro tunnels to make sure that it's safe? As I've already stated, such an exhibition should be treated as an archaeological reserve. And so we need to stick to the legal regulations, all of the provisions related to the protection of heritage. But mind you, these are very specific circumstances, and we are addressing a diverse audience. So it depends on how we direct the passenger traffic, whether we direct the passenger traffic right through the archaeological reserve or maybe next to it, alongside it, because if it is a crowd of passengers crossing the archaeological reserve, that might be a different scenario. I believe that archaeological heritage should be displayed because it is an element of our identity. It teaches people how to protect it, but perhaps not everyone is interested in it. So maybe the archaeological reserve does not need to be arranged precisely alongside the main traffic flux. Because, you know, if it is a crowd of tourists that move alongside a given corridor, then maybe such an archaeological reserve should be located elsewhere where the circumstances are under control, so temperature, humidity, and so on. Definitely such a display should be aesthetically pleasing. Glass pane is usually the material of choice, but let's remember that the archaeological relics need to be on display in a way that is pleasing, but also making sure that there's natural ventilation. The quality of the materials used for the exhibition space should preferably be natural. The glazing should be prepared in a given manner. So there's a number of aspects to be taken into consideration, but I am sure that such displays may be beautiful and serve as an education tool and will enrich the underground space. Kraków is an underground city, and I am sure that we will develop the underground cultural heritage further. We should be proud of it, and we should make sure that it is well taken care of. Just to continue in a similar vein, I would like to ask about the metro as a tool that may be helpful in terms of education, informing the residents about the historical heritage. Is it possible in a UNESCO World Heritage City to design a metro system that will become such an educational tool that will promote a new narrative in the public sphere? Yes, it is certainly doable. The question is how to do it and how much it is going to cost us. These are the two questions. Professor, thank you for mentioning a competition, an architectural competition. The Kraków University of Technology has come up with a competition to design the interior of the future metro stations. And that competition, I believe, is available on our university website. So make sure that you take a look at the brilliant ideas that our students have come up with. You can see how an urban historical space may undergo changes in the course of designing metro stations. I believe that both metro stations, as well as the underground corridors, may serve as a fantastic tool to promote the history of Kraków, and also for tourists, visitors from outside of Kraków or outside of Poland. That may be a very interesting experience. Speaking of the external part of the metro stations that will be most visible, well, we need to begin from a thorough feasibility study, because in some venues the metro station may be more prominent, but in others we will stick to the less is more principle. On the other hand, the underground platforms may be small works of art, and I am keeping my fingers crossed for that. Ladies and gentlemen, at the end, I would like to ask each of the panelists to point to one element that they believe to be the most important in terms of designing the metro system in Kraków.
So, protecting heritage, broadly speaking, this is how we see that. Madam? Or rather, sir? Well, there is this open debate that is relevant. Basically, we need to communicate with the public at large. We need to show where we're headed, what the metro is going to look like. Obviously, experts need to participate. But we need to have a discussion. We need to talk about the shape that the metro system is going to take, and the public needs to participate therein. Cultural identity, historical assets. They are an asset. They are not a problem to be solved. Professor, I cannot say things briefly, but fear not. Let me say this. I would like to thank you because I have realized something in this debate. When you develop a metro and you make it run across a buffer zone, you see some upsides. Because this management plan should be enriched, because there are certain aspects that have not been defined yet, that are only outlined. But it is not impacted at this point by the Paris Convention, or rather the text basically doesn't provide for that. And this is where I should stop. Still, I'm happy to see that Professor Kadłuczka remains creative. There will be more competition that are to be announced. We need to go back as early as Vitruvius. Hermitas, Utilitas, and Venustas is also important. And it is very important for the Polish academic and artistic society, because it's a huge opportunity to boost our design circles, because stations, metro stations, can be works of art. Madam, we need to be interdisciplinary in our approach. The teams need to be interdisciplinary, especially when it comes to this early stage. Conservation experts and archaeologists need to sit on those panels. They need to help. They will help us at an early stage. If they do, when they are present, when they are included, it'll help us to avoid a number of issues down the line. Mind you, archaeology is basically a bag full of surprises. So surprises will happen. That's another thing. Another thing is how you display things. You can turn those metro stations into galleries of sorts. You can use them to advertise cities. You can inform people. You can inform tourists. And such stations, archaeological stations, gallery stations, you can see them, including the stations in Naples. I believe that artists promote themselves there. Basically, these are going to be extra spaces that can be used for promoting the city. A short comment, if I may. Now, when I started thinking about what Krakow needs the most, I concluded that it is a metro system. We have convinced a number of people, and a group of people that believed it to be feasible started growing. And we can see that this process is quite advanced. Now, I try to connect the dots and various circles, milieus that might have conflicting interests. And I know that there are plans, I know that schedules can change. The thing is, at a certain point, once the progress is sufficiently advanced, it'll have its own momentum and it is going to be unstoppable. I simply want it to happen. Thank you, because you have shared your knowledge and experience. Thank you. We all agree that it is possible, it is doable, but a lot of thinking needs to happen before that. A number of documents need to be drafted first. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for being with us.
Poprosimy jeszcze sekundkę.
Bear with
Za
us.
chwilę zaprosimy Państwa na ostatni punkt dzisiejszego programu, czyli podsumowanie całej
In a
konferencji,
moment,
całego seminarium.
we will hear from the deputy mayor. His will be the last speech. He's going to summarize this conference. I'll be brief. In my speech, I'll try to capture the most important and relevant things for the future of this project. Now, the key thing is, it is doable, but we need to be careful, we need to think deeply, and we need to be humble. That's the first lesson. Now, we've heard from a number of cities. Firstly, you need to invest a lot of time. You need to do a lot of thinking. You need to talk to stakeholders. You need to build variants and test them. Equally important is what we've heard from Vienna. There are no perfect solutions. You need to be ready for the fact that there'll be a lot of negotiations, certain things and scenarios may change. We need to stay humble. Prague. You need to be systemic about how you approach this subject. A metro system is not something completely isolated, but rather it's a part of a larger transit system. And the project needs to be designed well. It needs to be designed so well that if one thing is delayed, the delay is not going to have a knock-on effect on the other elements of the puzzle. Thessaloniki, you've highlighted that heritage boosted the city development. It has become an asset rather than an obstacle. And we should not think that the future is an obstacle, but rather we need to see it as a part of our process of growth and development. Also, we need to be flexible. There is no single perfect technology or one single perfect solution. You can mix and change. And you need to make certain assumptions, namely, you have to assume that you will have to be flexible, also when it comes to financing. Now, boring tunnels. Now we are talking about Milan. Metro is not to be treated as a communication and transit system only. It is a part of a major thing, of a whole transit system. It needs to be linked to tramways and airports and so on and so forth. And you need to bet on new technologies, including automation. We've also heard from Professor Kadłuczko. Mind you, other cities reiterated the very same thing. You have to display relics rather than go around them. It's been highlighted by a number of cities. And now, the most important thing. This meeting shows that this project is feasible. There are many more meetings to come, but I deeply believe that what we do when we meet, we develop a certain type of systemic thinking, and as a result, something that was disregarded is now becoming much closer to reality. It would be really great if this project were to be completed and on time. Let me thank you for your time on behalf of the city authorities. Thank you for your comments, for your insights and tips. And I am not just saying that. We truly value your time and your input. Thank you.
Raz jeszcze wszystkim Państwu bardzo dziękuję i mam nadzieję,
Thank you.
jeszcze wiele razy
Thank you to all of you.
będziemy mieli okazję rozmawiać
I do hope that we will be able to meet a number of times and talk about how to cherish heritage in